Chapter 315. After leaving the Thundersnake modified ship, David took out his ID bracelet and wanted to contact Emma, but he found that Emma had sent him many messages. Because she needed to participate in the activities of the Interstellar Flyby Company, Emma started the Cross Starfield promotional activities after finishing the short music video. These messages were sent to David by Emma before she left, which made David feel disappointed. He had a very career-minded girlfriend, and they didn't even have much time to get together. However, David wouldn't blame Emma. He was the same, and in order to become stronger, he needed more battles. He and Emma were still young, and there was still a lot of time in the future. He replied to Emma's messages. Although he didn't know when Emma would receive these messages, David still told Emma that he was back and expressed his thoughts to Emma. Taking the transport spaceship, David returned to the villa. Half lying on the sofa in the living room, David enjoyed a rare moment of peace. With a wave of his hand, the juice cup that was about half a meter away from his hand floated up and flew into his hand. This was David's discovery in the past few days. 7 points of spirit allowed him to use his spirit to move small objects like cups. Since discovering this, David had been deliberately training this ability. Just as David relaxed and rested, his ID bracelet issued a warning, and 2 powerful Kaji entered the villa's security area. David opened the scanned information on the ID bracelet and couldn't help but chuckle. It was Alva and Seely, the 2 weapon masters he accepted on planet Jacques, who were heading towards the villa. The 2 weapon masters should know that he was back, so they came to report to him. David walked to the door, opened the door, and waited for the 2 weapon masters in front of the villa. Master David. The 2 weapon masters saw David standing in front of the villa and knew that David was waiting for them. They couldn't help but feel moved. After jumping off the hover car, they immediately bowed and saluted. David's attitude showed that David respected them. He didn't look down on them because of the binding of the oath stone. Thank you for your hard work. Come in and have a seat. David invited them with a smile. After you. How could the 2 weapon masters go first? They hurriedly said. David did not decline further, leading the 2 weapon masters into the living room. As soon as he sat down, Master Alva immediately reported, Master David, 3 transport spaceships are parked at the space docking port. What do you think we should do with these items? David waved his hand and said, Don't worry about that. Open the Shadow Intelligence System. Master Alva and Master Seely were stunned. They were very familiar with the Shadow Intelligence System. As the weapon masters of the Shadow Mercenary Group, they had quite a bit of authority in the Shadow Intelligence System. However, ever since the Shadow Mercenary Group was destroyed, they no longer had access to the Shadow Intelligence System. They had thought that the leader of the Shadow Mercenary Corps, Goss, had left behind a backup plan, and the Shadow Intelligence System had been taken over by the remaining members of the Shadow Mercenary Corps. However, judging from David's words, that wasn't the case. Master Alva opened his identity bracelet. In order to make it easier to display, he used projection mode. A screen appeared in front of him. He clicked on the Shadow Intelligence System. As soon as the Shadow Intelligence System opened, he saw that his authority had returned. It was the administrative authority other than the highest authority. Master David, you've taken over the Shadow Intelligence System? Master Alva asked in surprise. Yes, I'm thinking of using the Shadow Intelligence System to build an intelligence organization. Apart from operating the Shadow Intelligence System, this intelligence organization can also help me manage some of my businesses. David said with a smile. Of course, Master Alva knew what the so-called businesses were. Although the property rights had been transferred to David, it still required a lot of work to actually operate. He and Master Seely looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. They thought that after David had taken them in, he would treat them as his hired thugs and take them wherever he went. However, they didn't expect that David would give them such an important task. No one knew better than them what David had done on Yaku. The destruction of the Shadow Mercenary Corps made them see the horror of David with their own eyes. After coming to Lunka Planet, they received news from Yaku one after another. Every piece of news was unbelievable. First, it was the destruction of the Red Fire Mercenary Corps. Then, it was the destruction of the Blue Ice Mercenary Corps. The two weapon masters no longer had any doubts about becoming David's subordinates. Becoming the subordinates of the strong was a very normal thing for mercenaries who worshiped strength. To serve Master David, the two weapon masters stood up and said in unison, "Sit down. You should be familiar with the intelligence organization. I'll leave everything to you." The intelligence organization is similar to the Shadow Mercenary Corps, but we don't accept mercenary missions. We just sell intelligence. This is a plan I made. See if there's anything wrong with it," David said as he sent a document to the two weapon masters through his identity bracelet. The two weapon masters opened the document and read it carefully. "Master David, this plan is very good. We have no objections," the two weapon masters said after exchanging glances. David's plan was only a directional guidance. The rest was left to the two weapon masters to deal with. This gave them great authority, so they naturally had no objections. "You will each take 10% of the intelligence organization's income. If you do well, I will collect some resources for you to break through the transcendent." David would not be stingy with his subordinates who had absolute control. Master Alva and Master Seely looked at David with eyes full of gratitude. Becoming a transcendent was the dream of every Kaji. The intelligence organization's income and David's promise showed that David did not have any intention of suppressing them. Instead, he hoped that they could become transcendent. Take care of the resources on the 3 spaceships and use them as startup funds, David finally instructed. Master Alva and Master Seely left with smiles on their faces. They saw hope for the future. In the afternoon, David drove the hover car with the custom-made exoskeleton armor to Master McIntosh's design studio. When he got out of the car at the door, Johnson's assistant came to greet him. "Mr. David, Master McIntosh has postponed everything and is waiting for you." Johnson's assistant smiled and bowed respectfully. Johnson's assistant brought David to Master McIntosh's office floor and left. He knew that Master McIntosh valued David, so he did not stay behind like other guests. Instead, he went to prepare drinks for David. "David, you haven't contacted me for a while," Master McIntosh said with a smile. He then pointed at the sofa beside him and gestured for David to sit down. "I've left Lunker recently, so I haven't been able to visit you," David replied with a smile after he sat down. "You brought the exoskeleton armor here. Is it not suitable?" Master McIntosh asked as he pointed at the exoskeleton armor loading box that David had put down. "I'm very satisfied with this exoskeleton armor. It's just that the exoskeleton armor was damaged during the battle, so I brought it here to show you," David said with a little embarrassment. When David contacted Master McIntosh before he came, Master McIntosh did not even ask and just asked him to come over. "Oh, it's damaged. Your enemy is very strong." Master McIntosh was shocked. He took the exoskeleton armor loading box and said, he knew how strong the exoskeleton armor made by Master McIntosh was. Even Kaji, who was at the pinnacle level, could not damage the exoskeleton armor at all. Master McIntosh put the exoskeleton armor on the console, and then the exoskeleton armor's condition was reflected one by one. "David, which sniper master did you meet?" Master McIntosh asked as he looked at David in surprise. "How do you know?" David was surprised that Master McIntosh only looked at the data on the exoskeleton armor and was able to determine the identity of his enemy. It's easy to determine. Only a transcendent or sniper master with a large caliber sniper rifle could cause such damage. If you met a transcendent, how could you come back alive? Master McIntosh explained proudly. However, Master McIntosh did not think so. Being able to escape from a sniper master was not as easy as being able to escape from a transcendent. Every sniper master was the strongest killer. As long as one was targeted by a sniper master, even a transcendent could lose their life. "Yes, I met a sniper master. If it wasn't for the exoskeleton armor you made, I wouldn't be able to come back alive," David said with a bitter smile. "Do you know which sniper master it is? I can help you solve the problem between you." Master McIntosh patted David's shoulder and said with a smile, "Thank you, Master, but there's no need. The problem has been solved," David said gratefully. David was indeed grateful that Master McIntosh took the initiative to help him. He could not do anything for Master Macintosh. Master Macintosh's status was too high. When Master Macintosh heard David's answer, his eyes narrowed. He understood what David meant, but he did not expect David to have killed a sniper master. David, every sniper master is very powerful. Did you leave any evidence when you killed the sniper master? Master Macintosh reminded him. No evidence. Only a level 3 military knife with a serial number. David did not hide anything from Master Macintosh and replied directly. Due to the explosion in the abandoned space fortress where the Blue Ice Mercenary Group was stationed, all the military surveillance cameras installed by Sniper Master Dart were destroyed. Even the ones that were not destroyed were sent deep into space by the shockwave. David removed the serial number on the exoskeleton armor of Sniper Master Dart. Only the exoskeleton armor was kept as a collection. When they returned, the body was also sent into space. The only evidence left was the level 3 military knife. David could not remove the serial number on it. "Give me the knife," Master Macintosh said without hesitation as he extended his hand. David took out the level 3 military knife. When he left, he wanted to ask Master Macintosh for help, so he brought it with him. "Ah, I did not expect Dart to die in your hands." Master Macintosh took the level 3 military knife and looked at the serial number. He shook his head and sighed. "You know Sniper Master Dart?" David asked when he saw Master Macintosh's expression. "I made this military knife, but I do not have any relationship with Dart. In the future, you must keep this kind of weapon with obvious identification marks. Do not carry it with you." Master Macintosh warned again. David nodded. He knew that Master Macintosh meant well. Also, for Master Macintosh to value him so much, it meant that Master Dart had a lot of connections. "Wait a moment, I'll help you deal with it. If you want to use this military knife, I'll make an extra knife slot on your exoskeleton armor," Master Macintosh said as he stood up with the level 3 military knife. David sat there alone and watched Master Macintosh leave for half an hour. When Master Macintosh came back, the military insignia and serial number on the Class 3 stiletto had disappeared. Even David's name was added to it. "If anyone asks about this military knife, just say that you got it from me." Master Macintosh did not forget to remind David when he returned the level 3 military knife. Master Macintosh was helping David take responsibility. The style of this military knife was standard for the military. Luckily, David did not use it outside, where he would be recognized immediately. Now that Master Macintosh said that it was equivalent to finding a place for David's level 3 military knife. After that, Master Macintosh repaired the damage on David's exoskeleton armor. The whole process took him 2 hours. "Master, what's the cost?" David asked after he took the exoskeleton armor box. "What cost? If I didn't treat you as a friend, do you think this is worth my time?" Master Macintosh glared at David. David did not say anything else, and he did not dare to mention the cost. "Come visit me often in the future. Remember to send me any good materials." Master Macintosh did not forget to say goodbye to David when he was sending him off. From Master Macintosh's point of view, as long as such a troublemaker was alive, he would always have the opportunity to find good materials. Planet Lunka's City District. An investment company was set up under Master Alva's name. On the surface, it looked like a fixed asset management service company. When it was set up, it had a fixed asset business of $40 billion, which immediately made it quite famous in the industry. In the dark, there was another group of people in this investment company. These people were the former subordinates of the 2 weapon masters, or people that could be trusted. These people took over the operation of the Shadow Intelligence System. In the mercenary world, there was a new organization called Cur Intelligence. The emergence of this organization did not attract the attention of the mercenary world. In the mercenary world, there were too many intelligence organizations that made a living. No one knew what kind of terrifying intelligence this newly established intelligence organization had. Chapter 3:16. In the days without war, David could feel himself improving every day. He had been back for 10 days. He thought these peaceful days would continue until school started, but he didn't expect a military hover car to suddenly enter the villa's scanning area. David, who was sitting on the rooftop drinking fruit juice, saw the logo of the Military Investigation Department on the military hover car through his bracelet. The Military Investigation Department was a rather special military department. This department was established specifically to investigate the illegal actions of military personnel, so it was basically the internal law enforcement department of the military. It rarely appeared outside of the military area. Now that the Military Investigation Department soldiers were here, David immediately thought that it was most likely because of Sniper Master Dart. Some things could not be hidden once they were done. Although David thought his actions were very secretive and that he had killed everyone at the scene, his actions were still known by the Galactic Flyboy Company. David frowned. If the Galactic Flyboy Company betrayed him, then he would have to think twice about dealing with them in the future. He casually threw the cup in his hand to the side of the table. After the cup left his hand, it was caught by his mind power and stopped steadily on the table. After these days of practice, he was already used to using his mind power in his daily life. When he used his mind power in his daily life, he could clearly feel a slight increase in his mind power. This was not an increase in his mind power, but his control over his mind power had improved. After standing up and changing into a suit, David came to the door. The military hover car had just stopped. I'm Major Milo from the Galactic Military Investigation Department. I'm here today to ask Master David some questions. Major Milo jumped down from the military hover car and saw David, who had been waiting for a long time. Although he was a little surprised, he still introduced himself solemnly. Military Investigation Department? Major Milo, do you have the authority to ask me questions? I need to ask my lawyer. David looked at Major Milo with a strange expression and asked in confusion. Indeed, the Military Investigation Department had no authority to investigate non-military personnel. This was beyond their authority. Master David, I'm not here to ask any formal questions. I just want to know some things. Your answers can help us complete our investigation. Major Milo's expression changed as he explained in a deep voice. I've always had a good relationship with the military. Since you said so, please come in. David invited with a smile. David didn't want to offend the Military Investigation Bureau, so after he understood Major Milo's attitude, he didn't insist. After entering the living room and taking their seats, the AI butler served them drinks. Master David, have you heard about the annihilation of Crimson Fire, Blue Ice, and Shadow mercenary groups? Major Milo looked at David and asked, have they been destroyed? That's great. David was pleasantly surprised. Major Milo looked at David's obviously fake expression, and his heart was filled with helplessness. Although everything now pointed to David, there was no direct evidence. Let me remind you, your assets have increased by 15 billion credits, as well as 40 billion in fixed assets. These were all owned by the Shadow mercenary group. Now, they're yours. How do you explain that? Major Milo asked again. You're talking about this. This is the Shadow mercenary group's compensation for the attack on me. David replied without hesitation. You're saying this is compensation? Major Milo felt that his intelligence had been insulted. He straightened his back and shouted, yes, if you don't believe me, I have witnesses. Master Alva and Master Seely from the Shadow mercenary group can testify. David said calmly. Master Alva and Master Seely were working for him. This was not a secret in this department. Master David, the destruction of 3 bastions isn't a big deal, but the disappearance of a master sniper will make the military keep an eye on you. Milo slammed the table in front of him. He couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Just as David was about to speak, he suddenly looked at his ID bracelet. Our conversation can wait for a moment. Someone will be coming soon. He wants to join us, David said to Major Milo with a wave of his hand. Master David, it's useless even if your lawyer comes. A master sniper is an important fighting force in the military. There must be an explanation for his disappearance. Major Milo's expression changed slightly, but he still spoke in a deep voice. David didn't say anything. He just smiled, picked up the drink on the table, and drank it. The atmosphere in the living room became strange. Major Milo wanted to get angry, but David ignored him. Major Milo realized that this super strong Kaji, who Warstar called invincible among Kaji's rank, was like an ordinary student. He didn't give off the slightest sense of oppression. If it weren't for the fact that the information was correct, he would have thought that the disappearance of Master Sniper Dart had nothing to do with David. AI butler Emma opened the door, and Melvin Transcendent's deputy, Hastings, walked in with an ugly expression. Master David. He first bowed to David, then turned to Major Milo and said, Melvin Transcendent has already explained to the military that the destruction of the 3 abandoned battlestars was an act of revenge by the Interstellar Flyboy Company and compensated the military for the losses. Why do you still want to disturb the distinguished guest of the Interstellar Flyboy Company, Master David, who saved the Interstellar Flyboy Company? Are the words of Melvin Transcendent not enough evidence to end this matter? Hastings' words were not polite at all. He didn't give Major Milo any face at all. Major Milo looked at Hastings, then at David. He stood up and left without saying anything. After Hastings watched Major Milo leave, he respectfully bowed to David and said, I'm sorry, Master David. You don't have to worry about Master Sniper Dart. Melvin Transcendent has already taken responsibility for this matter. We won't let our friends make enemies for us. Before they knew of Master Sniper Dart's death, the Interstellar Flyboy Company didn't publicly admit that they were responsible for the destruction of the 3 mercenary groups to reduce trouble. However, when they learned that Master Sniper Dart was involved and that the Starfield Military Investigation Bureau started an investigation because of his death, Melvin Transcendent immediately admitted to the military that the attack was an act of revenge by the Interstellar Flyboy Company. From Melvin Transcendent's point of view, David encountered Master Sniper Dart when he was carrying out the Interstellar Flyboy Company's mission. David's action was equivalent to the Interstellar Flyboy Company's action. David's action this time established a huge prestige for the Interstellar Flyboy Company, so that no one in the mercenary world dared to have any ideas about the Interstellar Flyboy Company, especially after Melvin Transcendent publicly admitted that the Interstellar Flyboy Company was responsible for it. This prestige reached the peak. In this case, Melvin Transcendent certainly had to protect David. Perhaps when Master Sniper Dart was alive, his network might make Melvin Transcendent have scruples. However, after Master Sniper Dart died, who would offend a Transcendent for a dead person? Please thank Melvin Transcendent for me. David quickly returned the courtesy. In the next few days, the investigation that worried David completely disappeared. David even learned through the Shadow Intelligence System that the military directly attributed the death of Master Sniper Dart to Melvin Transcendent. The Shadow Intelligence System didn't find that Master Sniper Dart's network had any thoughts of revenge. Just as Melvin Transcendent thought, no one would offend Transcendent for the dead Master Sniper Dart. The holiday life continued. At the end of June, David finally became a High Kaji. David wasn't happy about this promotion. It was normal for him to reach the high level so quickly with the combination of the level 3 strength and meat and the High Kaji body technique. In July, Emma's popularity began to explode in the entire Interstellar Federation. The identity of the Interstellar Flyway spokesperson gave Emma a huge reputation. In addition, Emma had her own legendary song, which turned her from the queen of 3 star fields to the top singer of the entire Interstellar Federation. Although David didn't go out much, he could see news about Emma everywhere on Skynet. In order to maintain such a huge popularity, Emma was even busier. She was constantly running between the various star fields of the Interstellar Federation. Even with the space door reducing the time between star fields, Emma couldn't return to Lunkastar for the entire July. The communication between David and Emma was carried out through the Star Domain's voicemail. At the end of August, a single-person spacecraft with Gabriel Transcendent landed on the outskirts of GeoCity. When Gabriel Transcendent got off the spacecraft, he carefully covered his face with his hat. He didn't want the Skynet above to discover him. Gabriel Transcendent wasn't the Transcendent of Lunkastar. He shouldn't be there. In the Transcendent world, if any Transcendent entered the protected area of another Transcendent, they must greet the Transcendent. This was basic etiquette and also a form of respect. Secretly entering the protected area of the Transcendent was tantamount to provoking the Transcendent. Gabriel Transcendent didn't want to offend Fork's Transcendent at all. His combat power wasn't as good as Fork's Transcendent, and his age was reaching its limit. He was here to capture an ordinary Kaji. He didn't want to alarm Fork's Transcendent. Gabriel Transcendent was the same as Cash Transcendent. They were both entrusted by the powerhouses of the great world of God. However, he had already delayed this mission for a few months. The powerhouses of the great world of God were already impatient. As early as the news of David being on Lunkastar was confirmed, Gabriel Transcendent accepted the mission of the powerhouses of the great world of God. However, Lunkastar was the guardian planet of Fork's Transcendent, and Fork's Transcendent had clearly announced that David was under his protection. Gabriel Transcendent had plenty of time at the time. He didn't want to take the risk of fighting with Fork's Transcendent and directly go to Lunka Star to capture someone. He used some old connections to monitor David's whereabouts through Skynet. When David went to Cerulean Planet, Gabriel Transcendent received the news. However, he was delayed for 3 days because of something. According to the information, David would stay on Cerulean Planet for a week. Although he went to Cerulean Planet 3 days later, he could still arrive and capture David when David left Cerulean Planet. However, when Gabriel Transcendent arrived at Cerulean Planet, he found that David had disappeared without a trace. Then, he waited for an opportunity. However, David never left Lunkastar until the powerhouses of the great world of God gave Gabriel Transcendent a final order. In order to extend his life, Gabriel Transcendent could only take the risk to enter Lunkastar and capture David under the nose of Fork's Transcendent. Gabriel Transcendent thought that Transcendent Castle being poisoned to death by David was a joke. Castle Transcendent was probably too relaxed, which was why David succeeded in scheming against him. In Gabriel Transcendent's opinion, since he was prepared, capturing David would not be a problem at all. This time, Gabriel Transcendent would not be as unscrupulous as Castle Transcendent on Monolith. He was not even prepared to enter Chia City. Gabriel Transcendent bought a villa on the outskirts of Chia City. The location of this villa was rather special. It was on the road from Chia City to the First College of Iridia. The First College of Iridia was not far from Chia City. It was only 500 kilometers away, and it was still within the jurisdiction of Chia City. In order not to be suspected, Gabriel Transcendent used the safest method, which was to obtain the corresponding information through the Mercenary Intelligence Organization. This was the best method, but the intelligence organization Gabriel Transcendent chose was a new intelligence organization that he thought was the most suitable and safest. This intelligence organization was called the Kerr Intelligence Organization. In the past 2 months, the Kerr Intelligence Organization had won a lot of good reputation in the mercenary world for the accuracy and speed of their intelligence. Moreover, because they did not have a direct interest relationship with many mercenary organizations, their position was neutral, and they were extremely confidential with their clients' information. All of these made the Kerr Intelligence Organization become the new intelligence organization in the mercenary world in just 2 months. It was because of this that Gabriel Transcendent chose the Kerr Intelligence Organization. Although the name of this intelligence organization reminded him of the name David Kerr, he never thought that this intelligence organization would belong to David. This was because David had just arrived on Chia City for a few months. It was impossible for him to build an intelligence network. Without a large investment of time and credits, it was impossible to form an intelligence network. A large amount of time was recorded in the span of 10 years. A perfect and mature intelligence network could not be fully developed without decades of time. From buying David's information to finding this villa through the intelligence organization, Gabriel Transcendent completely trusted the Kerr Intelligence Organization. Gabriel Transcendent did not expect that when he entered the villa, the security system in the villa would automatically send his information to the Skydome Artificial Intelligence System. The Skydome Artificial Intelligence System would completely monitor him and determine his identity. Dozens of minutes later, David looked at the information in the identity bracelet. His eyes were full of doubts because he could not find out the identity of this person through facial recognition. Needless to say, the identity used was fake. Chapter 317. Ever since Gabriel Transcendent first approached the Kerr intelligence organization to buy information on David, it had been targeted by the two weapon masters, Alva and Seeley. They reported this to David. Since the buyer's identity could not be revealed through Skynet, David decided to bait the big fish. Therefore, some insignificant information on David was sold to the buyer. Perhaps because the information provided by the Kerr intelligence organization was more detailed and accurate than other intelligence organizations, Gabriel Transcendent finally chose to cooperate with the Kerr intelligence organization. It even handed over the matter of purchasing the villa to the Kerr intelligence organization. Gabriel Transcendent was worried that it or its subordinates would more or less leave some traces behind when purchasing the villa. Only an intelligence organization like this could hide enough. After that, even if Fox Transcendent investigated, it would at most lead to the Kerr intelligence organization. It would not involve Gabriel Transcendent. This was a good idea, but Gabriel Transcendent was actually looking for David to buy information on David. David looked at the photo in front of him. He knew very well that, with his current ability, if he could not find out the identity of the person through the photo, the person must be very powerful. "Looks like I have to see it for myself," David muttered to himself. He believed that with his mental strength, as long as he saw Gabriel Transcendent from afar, he would have a rough idea of its strength. David was going to register tomorrow, and he did not want to be stopped by Gabriel Transcendent halfway. Without knowing the strength of the other party, it was very dangerous. David did not drive his own hover car. Instead, he got a hover car from the financial management company. He did not know if his hover car would be recognized by the other party. When he was 5 kilometers away from Gabriel Transcendent's villa, David put on the custom-made exoskeleton armor and got out of the hover car. David walked through the forest. When he was 3,000 meters away from the villa, he found a high ground and lay down on the ground. He placed the Godolphin's Wrath sniper rifle in front of him. David did not immediately check on the other party. Instead, he first adjusted his mind so that it was in an extremely weak and active state. After doing this, David looked at the transcendent Gabriel through the sniper scope. Almost as soon as he saw Gabriel's transcendent form, David immediately understood his identity. He was a transcendent. This was a transcendent enemy. Even though David had come into contact with many transcendent and had even killed a transcendent with his own hands, his heart still raced. David's heart raced, which affected his concentration. Although he had inherited the knowledge of sniper mastered art, David had not fully mastered it. Otherwise, his mind would not have fluctuated due to his unstable state of mind. For a real sniper master, this was impossible. A sniper master, or even a normal sniper Kaji, would not have such intense mental fluctuations. Gabriel Transcendent seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked into the distance. It was only 3,000 meters away. Even the Transcendent could not see David. David immediately stabilized his mind. Through the sniper scope, he saw that Gabriel Transcendent seemed to have returned to normal. He could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Looking away from the sniper scope, David's heart was filled with the desire to fight. This was a transcendent who wanted to kill him. He had just obtained the ability of a sniper master. Legend had it that a sniper master was a threat even to a transcendent. Could he kill this transcendent? This thought was as tempting as honey. David was eager to give it a try. He had the shadow attendant put the Godolphin's Wrath sniper rifle into the portal ring and took out the large caliber custom-made sniper rifle. David had not really used the large caliber custom-made sniper rifle since he had obtained it. However, he had absolute confidence in using the large caliber custom-made sniper rifle. This was because his sniping ability had reached 10% perfection. Kaji had also reached the advanced level. He was not far from the peak of Kaji. This gave him the ability to use the large caliber custom-made sniper rifle like Sniper Master Dart. After putting the large caliber custom-made sniper rifle away, David once again adjusted his mental state. He was like a ghost, silently aiming at Gabriel Transcendent again. This villa was an open villa. The outer walls of the building were all made of transparent materials. Gabriel Transcendent was sitting on a platform, so there was no obstruction in his shooting range. When David was choosing bullets, He hesitated for a moment. In the end, he was not willing to use a level 3 bullet. In his opinion, a level 2 bullet was more than enough to kill an unprepared transcendent. After turning on the soundproofing device, David fired the large-caliber custom-made sniper rifle. A huge recoil came from the large-caliber custom-made sniper rifle. David's mental state built a bridge in his body, creating a continuous passage between the large-caliber custom-made sniper rifle, his body, and the ground. The recoil passed through this passage and was directed to the ground without affecting his body at all. Under David's body, small cracks appeared on the ground. However, the ground's ability to withstand the recoil was very strong. This small amount of damage was not enough to cause the ground to suffer too much damage. Putting aside David's situation, the moment the large-caliber custom-made sniper rifle was fired, Gabriel Transcendent, who was 3 kilometers away, suddenly flashed with a green light. His whole body was wrapped in a tight, thin armor. The speed of the armor was so fast that it was almost done with a thought. Gabriel Transcendent's body twisted, and then he was sent flying by the level 2 sniper bullet. "You deserve to die." Gabriel Transcendent, who was sent flying, almost immediately jumped into the air after landing on the ground. A terrifying aura rose from his body as he roared. At this moment, he did not care about his identity being exposed. He was actually sniped by a sniper Kaji. If this sniper Kaji did not die today, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Transcendent world. Gabriel Transcendent's armor was not damaged, but he still suffered light injuries. The damage of this sniper was almost equal to the damage of a normal Transcendent. However, Gabriel Transcendent was a veteran Transcendent. He was considered one of the more powerful Transcendent. This sniper was not able to cause him any serious injuries. Of course, David did not control his mental state well. If David had really sniped silently, it was very likely that Gabriel Transcendent would not have been able to equip the Transcendent armor in time. That was why Gabriel Transcendent was so angry. Being targeted by this sniper Kaji would definitely become his nightmare. Gabriel Transcendent could not let this sniper Kaji have another chance to attack. He had to get rid of this sniper Kaji immediately. After David fired, he realized that something was wrong. After the sniper bullet hit the target, it did not achieve the effect he expected. Just as Gabriel Transcendent rose into the air, David felt extreme danger. Without any hesitation, David turned around and ran. Even the super large caliber custom sniper rifle was taken back by the shadow attendant. One could imagine how anxious David was. The short wings on the back of the custom-made exoskeleton armor, the extreme speed talent, all of which could increase speed, were activated. He accelerated madly, wanting to escape as far as possible. In Chia City, Fox Transcendent felt the terrifying aura of the Transcendent. He abandoned the meeting he was in, jumped out of the building vertically, and completed the armor in the air. His body turned into a shadow in the air and flew into the distance. David had always been proud of his speed, but now he understood that in front of Transcendent, his speed was not worth mentioning at all. With the advantage of 3,000 meters, Gabriel's Transcendent had already caught up to him in less than 100 meters in just 30 seconds. At this distance, as long as Gabriel Transcendent accelerated again, he would be able to catch up with him. David could not use the arrow of spirit at all, because he would be immediately caught if he paused. He did not even have time to use the defensive treasure charm of weakness that he obtained, let alone use it. He did not even have time to take out the charm of weakness from the shadow attendant. A mountain-like pressure pressed down on David. If it were not for David's strong spirit, perhaps Gabriel Transcendent would not even need to make a move. Just the pressure alone would be enough to make David unable to move. David was very regretful. If he had known that Transcendent's true strength was so terrifying, he would not have made a move like this. Perhaps it was because David had poisoned Transcendent Castle, which made him lack the fear he should have for Transcendent. Gabriel Transcendent looked at David in front of him. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible, but he forcefully suppressed it. Of course, he knew David. He had read David's information for a few months, and he even wasted a few months on this kid. He had seen the exoskeleton armor on David's body that was personally made by Master Macintosh. After knowing that it was David who sniped him, Gabriel Transcendent changed his mind and changed from killing to capturing. But before capturing, he wanted to beat David half to death, break all his limbs, and break his spine. This way, David would not be able to do anything. Thinking of this, Gabriel Transcendent was ready to put in more effort and slap David down. David could only run now. Although the custom-made exoskeleton armor could fly, Gabriel Transcendent was flying in the sky. Once it left the ground, it would be sent to Gabriel Transcendent's hands. Besides, whether it was flying or running on the ground, David's speed was not as fast as Gabriel Transcendent. He did not have much time left. When his life was threatened, David could not care less about exposing some secrets. The shadow attendant flew 40 meters in front of him, and then a Krypton crystal powder bomb appeared out of thin air and fell down. David just happened to grab the Krypton crystal powder bomb. He suddenly turned around and blocked the Krypton crystal powder bomb in front of him. Gabriel Transcendent was almost about to put his hand on the Krypton crystal powder bomb. He was shocked by the Krypton crystal powder bomb and quickly stopped and flew back. "If you want my life, then let's die together," David roared. He had a small controller in one hand, and his finger was on the button, ready to press at any time. "David, do you think this little Krypton crystal powder bomb can hurt me?" Gabriel Transcendent sneered. Gabriel Transcendent was exaggerating. The power of the Krypton crystal powder bomb at such a close distance was enough to seriously injure Gabriel Transcendent. In fact, Gabriel's transcendent power was still injured when he forcibly took a sniper shot from David's super-large caliber custom-made sniper rifle. However, he consumed his transcendent power and forcibly stabilized the injury. This was one of the main reasons why Gabriel Transcendent was angry. The use of Transcendent's power for healing was completely different from using it in battle. In battle, Transcendent's power could be retracted when it was used on the body, armor, and even weapons, so the consumption during the battle was very low. However, Transcendent's power was not good at healing the body. Every bit of Transcendent's power that was consumed would disappear forever. Transcendent's power was accumulated little by little over a long period of time. This was the foundation of a Transcendent's power. Once Transcendent's power was reduced, it meant that many years of effort would be completely wasted. The Krypton crystal powder bomb could injure Gabriel Transcendent again, but it was not fatal. On one hand, Gabriel Transcendent's armor had strong defensive capabilities. On the other hand, Transcendent's power could provide additional defense. Even if Gabriel Transcendent was not afraid of being injured, he did not want David to die. Gabriel Transcendent's mission was to capture David alive. Once David died, his mission would fail, and he would not be able to receive the promised reward from the great world of God. David did not press the button. He was not completely desperate yet. He was mobilizing the arrow of spirit, ready to attack at any time. However, Gabriel Transcendent was a little far away from him. He wanted Gabriel Transcendent to get closer and snatch the Krypton crystal powder bomb. Only then could he determine the accuracy of the arrow of spirit. Just as the two of them were confronting each other in the distant sky, a figure approached from afar. The first to notice, it was Gabriel Transcendent. He looked at the approaching figure in the sky, and his expression changed. It was Forks Transcendent. Gabriel Transcendent knew that if he revealed the Transcendent's aura, Forks Transcendent would definitely discover him. However, he did not expect Forks Transcendent to come so quickly. It had only been a minute, and he was already so close. At this moment, Gabriel Transcendent did not hesitate anymore. His figure flashed and rushed towards David. David was about to use the arrow of spirit, but he found that he could not lock onto Gabriel Transcendent, who was approaching him. The attacking Gabriel Transcendent was like an illusion, and a strange force was affecting David's mental lock. Gabriel Transcendent's attack was not to kill David, but to capture David. If David detonated the Krypton crystal powder bomb, there was nothing he could do. If he was one step late, he would not have another chance. Chapter 3:18. David didn't press the button in his hand because he also saw the fork's transcendent, which gave him hope. If he didn't have to risk his life, he wouldn't take the initiative to die. When the Gabriel transcendent made his move, he realized that David didn't detonate the Krypton crystal powder bomb. He was also relieved. Not everyone had the courage to say that they would die together. The Gabriel transcendent thought that he made the right bet. As long as he could capture David, he would escape with David. Although the fork's transcendent was terrifying, as long as it didn't get close to it, the other party couldn't do anything to him. The purpose of the Gabriel transcendent's attack was very clear. First, he would severely injure David, then control him. For the transcendent, severely injuring Akaji was too easy. At least, that was what the transcendent thought. However, when the Gabriel transcendent's palm slapped on David's custom-made exoskeleton armor, his expression changed. Damn, level 3 defense. The Gabriel transcendent cursed. He didn't expect Master Macintosh to use level 3 materials to make exoskeleton armor for David. Many transcendent didn't even have a level 3 transcendent armor. Because this attack didn't have the expected effect, the Gabriel transcendent couldn't control David immediately. David's body twisted in an extremely strange way, like a fish without a bone, and slipped out of the transcendent's hand. However, after David escaped from the Gabriel transcendent's hand, his body staggered. He forced his feet to move back more than 20 meters, trying to get away from the Gabriel transcendent. At this moment, Gabriel transcendent had no time to care about David. Fork's transcendent had not arrived yet, but its terrifying aura was already pressing down on him. Gabriel transcendent waved his hand, and a Tier 3 longsword appeared in his hand. Fox transcendent also had a Tier 3 longsword appear in his hand. Gabriel transcendent, very good. Since you're here, don't leave. The voice of the Fox transcendent echoed throughout the area. Transcendent Forcus, let me take David away, and I will pay you 5 sets of level 3 materials. Gabriel transcendent shouted as he mobilized the transcendent's power. Are you insulting me? The Fox transcendent's momentum did not falter because of Gabriel transcendent's words. As a powerful transcendent protecting Lunka, the main planet of the Iridius sector, he had his own pride. The transcendent Gabriel's words were an insult to him, thinking that he was someone who could be bribed with wealth and betrayed his friends. David was the disciple of his good friend Galen, who had entrusted him with the mission. Galen had already announced to the public that David was under his protection. However, the transcendent Gabriel was on Lunka, a planet under the protection of Fork's transcendent. He was even right outside the city where Fork's transcendent was located. Attacking David was a provocation, an insult, and an insult. If something happened to David here, what would Galen transcendent think of him? What would his friends think of him? It could be said that when Fork's transcendent saw that the transcendent Gabriel was targeting David, he had already listed him as a mortal enemy. The two transcendents clashed against each other, their grade 3 swords clashing against each other. Terrifying sword cries rang out, accompanied by terrifying sword winds. The ground and the surroundings of their battle were filled with cuts and scars. David managed to escape from Gabriel Transcendent, but the slap from Gabriel Transcendent had injured him quite badly. At a time like this, David was not stingy at all. He drank a bottle of holy water of youth and forcefully healed his wounds. Ever since David knew the value of the holy water of youth, he rarely used it to heal himself. Although it allowed him to heal faster, the price was too high. Healing himself would cost him hundreds of millions of credits. Even if David had more than 400 bottles of holy water of youth, he could not bear to use it like this. The holy water of youth quickly healed his internal injuries. Fortunately, his bones were not damaged, which made the healing effect of the holy water of youth even more obvious. However, David did not care about the healing effect. He was completely captivated by the battle between the two Transcendent. The two Transcendent wore Transcendent armor. They both wielded level 3 longswords. Both were extremely fast, like two green lights crisscrossing on the ground and in the air. This was David's first time seeing a battle between two Transcendent. If it were not for his powerful spirit, which allowed his five senses to be far superior to that of a normal person, he might not have been able to see the battle clearly. He would have missed out on the important experience of understanding the transcendent strength. David could tell that the two transcendent were not good swordsmen. In other words, they were not using long swords at all. Instead, they were constantly accelerating, using their speed to drive their long swords to attack their opponents. For the two transcendent, with their speed and strength, all techniques were useless. No technique was as direct as a stab. No matter how good a technique was, it would be useless against a stab that was as fast as lightning. All this time, David had thought that Kaji was very powerful. Kaji had long surpassed the limits of humans. Today, he finally understood why Kaji was only a Kaji, while the strongest human was a transcendent. Any Kaji was an ant in front of a transcendent. David's master weapon mastery that he was so proud of was not even worth mentioning in front of a transcendent. The battle between the two transcendent was simple and crude, but also more direct. Level 3 long swords clashed repeatedly, wrestling with each other in this way. Of course, with David's eyesight, he could not see the difference in strength between the two transcendent. In a short minute, the two transcendent had clashed hundreds of times. The sound of weapons clashing made David's eardrums hurt. Gabriel Transcendent was not a match for Forks Transcendent to begin with. In addition, he had just been injured by David's snipe, so he could not hold on any longer. He forcibly mobilized 5 years of transcendent power and suddenly turned it into a sword wind, slashing heavily at Forks Transcendent. Forks Transcendent felt that something was wrong with Gabriel Transcendent's attack. He quickly retreated, feeling strange. It must be known that the battle between the two transcendent was just probing each other. They had not used any real killing moves. Why was Gabriel Transcendent suddenly going all out? 5 years of transcendent power could not be retrieved after the sword wind was unleashed. This loss could be said to be great. After Gabriel Transcendent forced Forks Transcendent to retreat, he turned and fled. Forks Transcendent's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Transcendent power condensed into a ball and smashed towards Gabriel Transcendent. If Gabriel Transcendent dodged, he would lose the opportunity to escape the battlefield. Gabriel Transcendent was very clear about this. He was almost unable to suppress the injuries on his body because of the continuous battle. Therefore, he only waved the grade 3 longsword in his hand behind his back. Transcendent power turned into a shield behind him. He did not dodge and continued to flee with all his might. The small ball of transcendent power was a secret technique of Forks Transcendent. When the ball of transcendent power smashed into the shield of transcendent power, the shield did not have much of a defensive effect. It did not even last half a breath before it was broken. Then, the ball of transcendent power hit Gabriel Transcendent's back. Gabriel Transcendent spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a bloody mist that enveloped his body, increasing his speed once more. In an instant, he disappeared from sight. Forks Transcendent wanted to chase after him, but when he turned to look at David, he was worried about David's safety and did not chase after him. David put down the Krypton Crystal Powder Bomb. Forks Transcendent saw the Krypton Crystal Powder Bomb in David's hand and waved his hand. David embarrassedly put the Krypton Crystal Powder Bomb on the ground and put down the controller. "Speak, what is going on?" Forks Transcendent asked in a deep voice. "Uncle Forks, I received information that someone was going to stop me from reporting to the Academy tomorrow, so I can take a look. In the end, I found this person. I wanted to strike first and gain the upper hand, so I wanted to kill him." David said everything he could. Other than some real secrets, everything else was the truth. "When you sniped him, you knew he was a transcendent, right?" Forks Transcendent continued to ask. "Yes," David replied honestly. "Transcendent, this is a transcendent. Do you think you can look down on a transcendent just because you killed a transcendent with poison?" Forks Transcendent scolded loudly. "I'm sorry." David was scolded speechlessly. He understood that Forks Transcendent would not scold him like this if he did not truly care about him. "You also saw the battle between the transcendent. I can tell you that the battle just now was just a warm-up. I did not use my full strength, and neither did Gabriel Transcendent. Forks Transcendent saw David admitting his mistake and said slowly. David looked at Forks Transcendent in shock. In the battle just now, he cannot even take a single hit, but that kind of battle was just a normal warm-up. Forks Transcendent's words once again refreshed his understanding of the Transcendent and made him yearn for the Transcendent even more. You don't have to worry about Gabriel Transcendent. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, you will report to the First College of Iridia. You will live on campus, and no one will dare to cause trouble for you. Forks Transcendent waved his hand and said to David. David wanted to leave, but he looked at the Krypton crystal powder bomb on the ground and was reluctant to leave. Take that thing and get out of here. If this thing explodes on Lunka Planet, I will twist your head off. Forks Transcendent scolded angrily. David picked up the Krypton crystal powder bomb and immediately turned to run. Forks Transcendent shook his head as he looked at David's back. He knew that David was not telling the truth. Gabriel Transcendent was injured before the battle with him. What kind of sniper rifle could injure Gabriel Transcendent? It seemed that David hit it very well. However, this was nothing to Transcendent. What was Transcendent? It was transcending the world and transcending mortals. In the Transcendent's eyes, everyone who was not transcendent was a mortal. No matter how strong a mortal was, they would not be able to affect Transcendent. David found the hover car and was about to return. However, after some thought, he changed the direction of the hover car and drove it to the nearest transportation station. Through the shuttle, he returned to the modified Thundersnake ship. Without saying anything to Captain Hopper, he boarded the fire beacon. The fire beacon silently flew out of the modified Thundersnake ship and headed to the surface of Lunka Planet. When Gabriel Transcendent fled, David saw it clearly. Forks Transcendent's shot had hit Gabriel Transcendent. In the end, the way Gabriel Transcendent escaped was extremely strange. David did not believe that he had not paid a price in the battle with Forks Transcendent. Furthermore, Gabriel Transcendent had made it clear that he wanted to deal with David. Being targeted by Transcendent, even with Forks Transcendent's protection, made David feel uneasy. David did not want to rely on Forks Transcendent to solve this problem. Just as Forks Transcendent had said, it was not that easy to kill a Transcendent. However, when it came to hiding oneself, the fire beacon was absolutely insane. David sat in the fire beacon and used the shadow attendant to search outside. It was safe. David wanted to try to find Gabriel Transcendent. Of course, this was a way to try his luck. David contacted the Skydome artificial intelligence system in the villa, and Skynet began to search for the location of the previous battle. As it had not been long, and the level of authority was not very high, the Skydome artificial intelligence system quickly pulled up the relevant images from Skynet. Based on the direction Gabriel Transcendent escaped in, he began to search for Gabriel Transcendent area by area. Perhaps it was because the Transcendent Gabriel had escaped too quickly in the end. After searching many areas, there was no sign of the Transcendent Gabriel. David even suspected that Gabriel Transcendent had changed directions midway. If that was the case, it would be impossible to find Gabriel Transcendent again. One had to know that although Skynet was monitoring the ground, there were still key points. There were still surveillance cameras in the outskirts of Kia City, and further areas could only be searched through real-time scanning. This was like looking for a needle in the sea. When David checked the images in an area, he found some wild beasts fighting each other. This was Lunka Planet. Although wild beasts often fought each other outside the city, it was usually for food and territory. It was rare for many wild beasts to fight each other. However, in the images, there were many fierce wild beasts. They seemed to be fighting for something, and the battle was very fierce. David's heart skipped a beat, and the fire beacon flew toward that area. A few minutes later, the fire beacon was above the wild beasts. The wild beasts that were fighting there showed no signs of stopping. The fire beacon descended, and David's mind entered the shadow attendant's body. The shadow attendant went through the wall of the fire beacon and flew to the ground. Soon, the shadow attendant found the reason why the wild beasts were fighting. A drop of blood. A drop of blood that contains strange energy. More than a dozen wild beasts surrounded this drop of blood, and no one let the other get close. As soon as a wild beast got close, it would be attacked by the other wild beasts. Chapter 319. A grizzly bear was obviously the strongest among these beasts. In the end, it could not resist the temptation and swallowed the drop of blood at the cost of being attacked by the other beasts. David thought that the battle was over. The blood that caused the battle had an owner, so the conflict would naturally stop. However, the grizzly bear let out a mournful howl. Then, its fur that could defend against the attacks of the other beasts began to crack. In less than 10 seconds, the grizzly bear's body seemed to have been broken by some kind of force and suddenly exploded outwards. This powerful grizzly bear turned into pieces in just 10 seconds just because it swallowed that drop of blood. Among the grizzly bear's body fragments and blood, that drop of blood was so different. It was brighter red, and traces of strange energy were emitting signals that made the beast go crazy. David already knew the origin of this drop of blood. It must be the blood of the transcendent Gabriel. But he did not expect that the blood of the transcendent Gabriel would be so tempting to the beasts. In fact, David's guess was right. However, this drop of blood was not ordinary blood of the transcendent Gabriel. It was a drop of blood essence that contained the power of the transcendent Gabriel lost when he used a secret technique. When Gabriel Transcendent used the secret technique, the power of the transcendent Gabriel spread throughout his body. He used his blood to burn the power of the transcendent. A small amount of blood did not burn in time and fell to the ground. This kind of blood that contained the power of the transcendent realm was an opportunity for the beasts to change themselves. This was their instinctive feeling. Their instincts made them frantically fight for this drop of blood. Even if they died after consuming it, they would not be afraid. In just 2 minutes, a few more beasts exploded after consuming the blood essence of the transcendent. The area was full of blood and the fragments of the beasts. David had no intention of interfering. He was not greedy for the blood of the transcendent. This was also because he did not know the value of the blood of the transcendent. Every transcendent did not have a lot of blood that contained the power of the transcendent, and the transcendent would not trade their own blood essence. Every drop of transcendent blood was extremely important to the transcendent. This was not only an effect on strength, but also the lifespan of the transcendent. However, the blood of the transcendent was an extremely precious inducer. It could increase the chances of Kaji becoming a transcendent. Although it was only a very small chance, it made the blood of the transcendent one of the most expensive resources. Of course, there were other uses for the blood of the transcendent, but almost all relevant information had been blocked by the transcendent. Just as David was about to recall the shadow attendant and continue his search in the direction of the transcendent blood, he saw a small gray snake through the eyes of the shadow attendant sneak forward and swallow the drop of transcendent blood while the beasts were fighting. This small gray snake was very small. Its body was only about 10 centimeters long. A drop of transcendent blood was a lot for this small snake. David thought that this small gray snake would be like the other beasts and would explode and die in a short period of time. However, to David's surprise, after the small gray snake swallowed the drop of transcendent blood, the intense pain caused it to roll around in the blood, but the surface of the small gray snake's body changed. Although it was affected by the blood, David still noticed that the small gray snake was turning into a small white snake. It seemed like the small snake had stolen their transcendent blood. The beast stopped fighting and turned to pounce on the small snake. David was very curious about this small snake that could absorb transcendent blood. This small snake was very light, far less than 200 grams. Therefore, David didn't even need to use his main body. The shadow attendant grabbed the small snake with one hand. The beast could only watch as the small snake flew up and howled helplessly. The shadow attendant opened a passage on the beacon and brought the small white snake into the cabin. David wasn't worried that the small white snake would attack him. The small white snake's body was so small that its attack power was limited. The custom-made exoskeleton armor on David's body was enough to prevent the small white snake from hurting him. David put the small white snake in the palm of his hand. Surprisingly, the small white snake let out a soft cry at David. The cry was filled with gratitude for David. Then, it gently rubbed its body against David's finger. This was the small white snake thanking David. It was also a way to please him. David didn't know why the small white snake had such intelligence, but when he thought about the drop of transcendent blood, he thought that it might have been that drop of transcendent blood that caused the small white snake to change. In fact, after the small white snake swallowed the transcendent blood began to transform the small white snake's body. This drop of transcendent blood had a very high fusion rate with the small white snake, allowing the small white snake to successfully survive the most dangerous early stage of the transformation. At that time, the small white snake had a low level of intelligence. Although it only had the intelligence of a 2- or 3-year-old child, it was enough for it to know that David had saved it when it was about to be killed by the beasts. It was also because the small white snake had just developed intelligence that David, who was not an enemy and had saved its life, instinctively treated the small white snake as a family member. David's mind could sense the small white snake's closeness. David didn't have any objections to having a small pet like this. He needed some time to relax after cultivating for a long time. Raising a pet was a good choice. At that thought, David used his mind to transmit a message of closeness. Although the small white snake didn't know how to speak, it could understand David's message. It wriggled excitedly in David's hand. It seemed that because David had transmitted this message, the small white snake really wanted to show off. It used the opportunity of connecting with David's mind to transmit a message to David that was somewhat complicated for it. David could not help but be shocked when he sensed the small white snake's message through his mind. This was because the small white snake told David that it could help David find more transcendent blood. It could sense the essence blood of the same origin. Of course, the small white snake's message wasn't that clear. David came to this conclusion by guessing and analyzing. David sent a message of agreement to the small white snake. Then, the small white snake kept pointing in a direction with its tail. The fire beacon flew in a certain direction in the air. If it were any of the beasts that had just been killed, after successfully fusing with the transcendent blood, they wouldn't have had such a reaction to the origin of their bloodline. This was because there was only one drop of transcendent blood. This amount was too little to have any effect on the bloodline. However, the small white snake was small to begin with. One drop of transcendent blood was equivalent to 1/5 of the blood in its body. This ratio allowed the small white snake's bloodline to form a weak connection with the transcendent Gabriel's bloodline. After the small white snake was modified by the transcendent blood, it developed a sensing ability. This allowed the small white snake to use the weak connection in its body to find the location of other bloodlines. The fire beacon arrived at a small island. This was not an island in the sea, but a small island in a lake. The transcendent Gabriel didn't have the ability to fly to the sea. This small island was only a few thousand square meters in size, but it was lush with many plants. If it weren't for the small white snake leading the way, David wouldn't have been able to find this place. After all, this location was very different from the direction the transcendent Gabriel had fled in. According to the previous information, they would never be able to find this place. David gently patted the small white snake to show his encouragement. This made the small white snake even happier. It kept moving its body around David's iron palm. The fire beacon slowly descended. In order to not create any wind pressure and prevent the transcendent Gabriel from noticing anything, David controlled the fire beacon to move bit by bit. After descending 30 meters, the fire beacon stopped. The shadow attendant flew out and flew towards the small island. It didn't take long to search a few thousand square meters. In other words, the shadow attendant didn't even search half of the area before it found a cave about 5 meters underground. The transcendent Gabriel had a lot of experience. Because it had a portal item, it had plenty of living resources and the corresponding medicine. Therefore, it had opened up a cave under the small island. It had also used a signal blocking device to completely block this place, making it an absolutely safe space. When the shadow attendant found this cave, it didn't investigate too much. Although the shadow attendant was under David's control, it could also control its spirit waves like David himself. However, because of its spirit, David didn't dare to take any risks after being discovered by the transcendent Gabriel. In the end, David even ordered the shadow attendant to place the Krypton crystal powder bomb on the island. He didn't control the shadow attendant to do it. Without David's spirit entering, the shadow attendant didn't have any emotions, let alone any spirit waves. The Krypton crystal powder bomb was placed on the island by the shadow servant. Because the shadow servant who placed the Krypton crystal powder bomb did not have any killing intent, even the transcendent Gabriel didn't sense any danger. An unactivated Krypton crystal powder bomb was a dead object. Without any other spirit influence, the transcendent Gabriel wouldn't sense it. It was still as slow as ever. The fire beacon ship left the small island in a way that seemed to be moving. 3 kilometers away, David gritted his teeth. He took out a large caliber custom-made sniper rifle from the shadow attendant and carried it to the top of the fire beacon. After preparing the sniper stance and adjusting the sniper bullet to a level 3 bullet, David pressed his finger. The transcendent Gabriel was resting. He had just taken a healing potion. This time, he wasn't just injured. The secret escape technique had greatly damaged his vitality and shortened his lifespan again. His face was pale, and there were many wrinkles on his skin. His hair was all white, and he looked very old. There's no turning back. No matter where David is, I have to catch him. The transcendent Gabriel looked at himself bitterly and said to himself. The transcendent Gabriel was going to sneak into the first college of Iridia as soon as his injuries were better. Even if he died, he had to give it a try. Just as he was thinking about it, his heart suddenly palpitated and all the hair on his body stood up. Instinctively, the transcendent Gabriel moved his spirit, and the transcendent armor covered his whole body. Then a destructive force swept across a distance of 3 kilometers. The small island and the surrounding lake disappeared at the same time. In David's eyes, a huge hemispherical body with a radius of 3 kilometers appeared in the lake in front of him. The island and the lake in the hemispherical body turned into even smaller substances. And in this hemispherical body, a very conspicuous figure stood out. It was the transcendent Gabriel. At this time, the transcendent Gabriel was pressed to the bottom of the lake by the huge explosion. His transcendent armor had a large area of damage. This wasn't because the level 3 materials were damaged, but because the transcendent armor had other precious materials. These precious materials were more expensive than level 3 materials, but they were far from being as strong as level 3 materials. Therefore, in the explosion, the transcendent armor was damaged because of this. However, before the transcendent armor was damaged, it had blocked a large part of the explosion's impact. The explosion time of the Krypton powder bomb had passed, and the lake water poured in. The transcendent Gabriel, whose armor was damaged, forcibly drove the transcendent armor and flew into the sky. The transcendent Gabriel was in a very sorry state. Half of the transcendent armor was hanging on his body, revealing his injured body. At this time, the transcendent Gabriel had more than 10 broken bones in his body. If it wasn't for the transcendent's power supporting him, he would have collapsed long ago. As soon as the transcendent Gabriel flew up, he didn't hesitate and immediately wanted to escape. Since the Krypton powder bomb had exploded, it was very likely that Fox Transcendent and David were nearby. In his current state, let alone Fox Transcendent, even David didn't dare to fight him. Just as the transcendent Gabriel was about to escape, David, who was already prepared, attacked. With the experience from last time, this time David perfectly restrained his spirit. When the transcendent Gabriel sensed the terrifying pressure of the air breaking, the level 3 bullet had already hit him. David had prepared for this snipe for a long time. Even when the transcendent Gabriel appeared, he still waited for a moment. He didn't immediately shoot, but waited for the best opportunity. The level 3 bullet flew into the body of the transcendent Gabriel through the damaged armor of the transcendent. Its target was the heart of the transcendent. The heart of the transcendent Gabriel was shattered by the level 3 bullet. The level 3 bullet didn't stop there. It pierced through his spine and then through the damaged armor of the transcendent. Until his death, the transcendent Gabriel couldn't believe it. He was a transcendent, but he had been killed. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The transcendent Gabriel used the last of his transcendent power to let out the last roar of his life. His body fell heavily from the air to the surface of the water and then sank to the bottom. Chapter 3:20. When the transcendent sank into the water, David had already jumped out of the beacon and flew towards the transcendent. The shadow attendant was even faster than David. When David reached the surface of the water, the shadow attendant had already finished absorbing the soul of the transcendent. David rushed into the water and grabbed the corpse of the transcendent. He flew out of the water and returned to the beacon. He knew that because of the detonation of the Krypton powder bomb, people would quickly rush over. Even Skynet would immediately investigate. Therefore, David did not stay here for long. He took the corpse of the transcendent into the beacon, and the beacon sped away from the scene. David took off the armor of the transcendent. This armor was much worse than his previous spoils of war. Because of the explosion of the Krypton powder bomb, this transcendent armor would need to be repaired before it could be used again. Fortunately, the main materials were not missing, so the cost of repairing it was not too high. However, David's interest in the damaged transcendent armor was not as high as the portal items. He had already looked at the arm of the transcendent. There was also a portal bracer similar to the one on the transcendent. Just as David took off the portal bracer, he suddenly realized that the little white snake was gone. The little white snake was still on the wrist of his exoskeleton armor. He did not notice when it disappeared. He looked around, but he did not see the little white snake's figure in the beacon. David was shocked. He quickly looked at the corpse of the transcendent. Based on the blood connection between the little white snake and the transcendent, the blood of the transcendent must be very attractive to the little white snake. Under David's telepathy, he indeed sensed the small white snake at the location of Gabriel's damaged heart. Although the transcendent was dead, because it had just died, the blood of the transcendent in its body had not completely dissipated. In the body of the transcendent, half of the blood of the transcendent had been used before, and the rest was concentrated in its heart. When the little white snake saw the corpse of the transcendent, it could not control its greed. Thinking about it, when the little white snake was still a little gray snake, it could take the risk of swallowing the blood of the transcendent, which was equivalent to poison to it, in the eyes of a group of powerful beasts. One could imagine how persistent it was. Now that the corpse of the transcendent was in front of it, and more than 30 drops of transcendent blood were right in front of it, how could it resist the temptation? Therefore, the little white snake drilled into the wound on the transcendent's chest. The heart of the transcendent was blown up by a grade 3 bullet, and more than 30 drops of transcendent blood gathered at the shattered heart to form a huge drop of transcendent blood. When the little white snake saw this drop of blood, which was not much smaller than its body, it immediately rushed over and opened its mouth to swallow it. By the time David sensed it with his spirit, the little white snake had already turned into a small white ball. Its slender body was bulged into a ball by the blood of the transcendent. But even so, the little white snake refused to open its mouth. Its newly born intelligence told it that this was the most important opportunity in its life. It could either die or become a real transcendent creature. A drop of transcendent blood could help a wild beast unlock a special ability, giving the wild beast the potential to become a transcendent. But with so much transcendent blood, if it could really absorb it all, not to mention the little white snake's small body, even those huge beasts would be able to become transcendent creatures. Of course, the prerequisite was that it had to have the ability to absorb the power of the transcendent and integrate it into its own bloodline. Spit it out. Do you want to die? Although he had just taken the little white snake as a pet, David did not want anything to happen to it. He ordered it through his spirit. How could the little white snake reply to David? It was as if it was being roasted in a fire. David could feel the little white snake's life force slowly decreasing, and he could not help but become anxious. If it was not for the little white snake's help, he would not have been able to find the transcendent Gabriel's location and kill it. No matter what, David had to do his best to save the little white snake. So he immediately entered the shadow attendant's body and controlled the shadow attendant to drag the little white snake out of the transcendent Gabriel's body. The little white snake's life force was already very weak, and David could sense that it could die at any time. David thought for a moment and asked the shadow attendant to take out a bottle of the holy water of eternal youth from the portal ring. Because the little white snake's body was very small, and because he did not want the transcendent blood to gush out of its mouth, the normal method could not be used to send the holy water of eternal youth into the little white snake's stomach. David's spirit grabbed a drop of the holy water of eternal youth, and the shadow attendant's body came over and wrapped the drop of holy water of eternal youth. Then, it penetrated the little white snake's body and released the drop of holy water of eternal youth from the little white snake's stomach. This method was very troublesome. It required the little white snake to have 100% trust in David and not resist at all. Otherwise, the shadow attendant would not be able to send the drop of holy water of eternal youth into the snake's stomach. As the holy water of eternal youth entered the little white snake's stomach, its originally weak life force immediately became active, as if it had been injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant. It was just that there was too much transcendent blood, and it quickly decreased the little white snake's life force to the point where it was about to die. David repeated the process again and sent a drop of holy water of eternal youth into the little white snake's stomach. The little white snake's body slowly became smaller, indicating that it was absorbing the transcendent blood. David was also glad that the little white snake's body was very small, so he didn't feel the pain of using up the holy water. Until now, he still hadn't used up a bottle of the holy water of immortality. With the help of the holy water of eternal youth, the little white snake's body successfully returned to its original size, but this time, the white of the little white snake's body had a metallic luster. David used his will to ask the little white snake what kind of ability it had. The little white snake was a little confused. It only knew that its speed and strength had been greatly increased, but it couldn't explain what kind of ability it had. Although the little white snake couldn't explain it, David could clearly feel that there was a special kind of energy inside the little white snake's body. This special energy was circulating inside the little white snake's body, causing the little white snake's life force to change. Before, the little white snake's life force was very weak, but now, the little white snake's life force was not the life force that a small snake of its size should have. If David didn't sense the little white snake's body directly, he would have thought that it was the life force of a giant python. David didn't think too much about the little white snake's ability. Since he treated it as a pet, he didn't expect it to help him in battle. Needless to say, even if it was a powerful transcendent creature, in front of the powerful Kaji, it wouldn't be much help. The fire beacon returned to the mansion. This time, David didn't let the fire beacon return. Instead, he left it in the mansion. Only the fire beacon could allow him to silently go back and forth between the ground and the spaceport, giving him another way to evacuate. David returned to his bedroom and opened the space bracer of the transcendent Gabriel. He controlled the shadow attendant and easily opened the space bracer to see the items inside. The space inside wasn't very big. The 2 cubic meters of space was empty. There was only a rank 3 long sword and some medicine. This made David very disappointed. A transcendent space item only had these few things. Although a rank 3 long sword was already a very good item, it was still very far from what David had expected. David didn't know that the transcendent Gabriel had already exchanged all of its wealth for life-prolonging items in order to prolong its life. It was also because of the transcendent Gabriel's actions that the strong people of the great world of God took the initiative to find him and ask him to complete this mission. David shook his head helplessly. He put the space bracer on his left wrist. This way, he had 2 space bracers. This kind of extravagant behavior was rare even for the transcendent. At the place where the island disappeared, more than 10 warships surrounded the area. Some military technicians were investigating the scene. In one of the warships in the air, Lieutenant General Dane sat in the main seat with a serious expression. Beside him sat the Transcendent Fox. Below him sat the relevant military and government personnel. According to the investigation of the scene and the scale of the explosion received by Skynet, this explosion was caused by a krypton powder bomb. Currently, we don't know who the target was or if anyone died in the explosion. A military investigator was reporting. When the Transcendent Fox heard about the explosion of the krypton powder bomb, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He was now 100% sure that this incident had something to do with David. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? Not long ago, he saw David have a krypton powder bomb, and now a krypton powder bomb had exploded. Krypton powder bombs were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. This kind of powerful explosive was forbidden by the military. As soon as it appeared, it would inevitably lead to a serious investigation by the military. This was also the reason why the military strongly blocked the investigation and didn't let anyone else interfere with the investigation. This time, the krypton powder bomb explosion was a very rare major incident on Lunka. The military needed to find out the source of the krypton powder bomb and the people involved. Expand the search area. I want to see more information, not this conclusion that has already been confirmed by Skynet. Lieutenant General Dane said in a deep voice. He was very dissatisfied with his subordinate's work. The reason why he and everyone else present came was because of the scale of the explosion. Although it was not confirmed that it was a krypton powder bomb explosion, he had already guessed it. Yes, Lieutenant General Dane. The military investigator answered and left. Transcendent Fox, I heard that you fought with someone today. Can you tell me who it was? Lieutenant General Dane turned to Transcendent Fox and asked. The military and government personnel present all looked at Fox Transcendent. The person who could fight with Fox Transcendent must also be a Transcendent. If it wasn't for Lieutenant General Dane's question, no one would have known that a Transcendent battle had happened today. It was Gabriel Transcendent. He hid his identity and came to Lunka to attack one of my juniors. I stopped him. Fox Transcendent did not hide anything and directly revealed Gabriel Transcendent's name. Fox Transcendent had already reported Gabriel Transcendent's actions to the upper echelons of the Interstellar Federation. This was a report. Fox Transcendent was preparing to mobilize some of its friends to encircle and annihilate Gabriel Transcendent. This was why Fox Transcendent told David not to worry about Gabriel Transcendent. Fox Transcendent had decided to teach Gabriel Transcendent a lesson once and for all so that he would not dare to appear on Lunka again. However, before Fox Transcendent could contact them, this incident happened and they were urgently called over. Does this explosion have anything to do with Gabriel's supernatural power? Lieutenant General Dane asked, both intentionally and unintentionally. Lieutenant General Dane was actually most suspicious of Fox Transcendent. For a forbidden bomb like the Krypton crystal powder bomb, it was most likely Transcendent. With Transcendent's influence, it was not impossible for them to get their hands on a few Krypton crystal powder bombs. Especially after Lieutenant General Dane found out from Skynet that Fox Transcendent had a Transcendent battle today, his suspicions grew even more. Lieutenant General Dane, after the battle with Gabriel Transcendent ended, I returned to attend a meeting. I only ended the meeting when you called me over. Fox Transcendent explained after hearing Lieutenant General Dane's suspicions. It seems like I was being paranoid. Lieutenant General Dane smiled and apologized to Fox Transcendent. At this moment, an investigator rushed in with an evidence bag and reported, Lieutenant General Dane, we found a super large caliber, grade 3 bullet. Let me see. Lieutenant General Dane heard the investigator's report, and his eyes focused as he extended his hand. The investigator placed the evidence bag in front of Lieutenant General Dane. Lieutenant General Dane took the gloves from his adjutant and held the evidence bag in his hand. Through the transparent bag, he could see the super large caliber, grade 3 bullet inside. It's Worcester's standard bullet, specially made for sniper masters. Lieutenant General Dane placed the evidence bag back on the table and said with certainty. Everyone fell silent. If it was related to Sniper Masters and Worcester's standard bullet, this matter had long since exceeded the scope of their investigation. Fox Transcendent heard Lieutenant General Dane's words and became suspicious. Had he made a mistake, and this matter really had nothing to do with David? Chapter 321. September 1st, the sun was shining brightly. At 9 o'clock in the morning, David drove the hover car towards the First College of Iridia. When he passed by Gabriel Transcendent's villa, David couldn't help but think about what happened after he collected the spoils of war yesterday. At that time, David was eager to know how much Gabriel Transcendent's soul could increase his mental strength, so he pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's body. The soul energy that came through could only be considered warm, and it didn't feel surging. It only felt like water vapor to his soul fortress. When David checked the increase in his mental strength, the result on the attribute panel also showed this point. Mental strength, 701, killing a transcendent and absorbing its soul only increased his mental strength by 0.01. David knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to increase his mental strength quickly in the future. How could there be so many transcendent for him to kill? Killing Gabriel Transcendent this time was also good luck. If Gabriel Transcendent wasn't seriously injured in the battle with Fox Transcendent, he wouldn't have a chance to sneak attack Gabriel Transcendent. After the disappointment, David once again thought about the ability of Gabriel Transcendent. He was very curious about what the most powerful ability was. His mind entered the shadow attendant's body and looked at the many knowledge orbs in the shadow attendant's body. Among the many knowledge orbs, the shadow attendant separated the knowledge orb that it had just obtained according to David's will and displayed its attributes. This white knowledge orb was called blood fusing. This knowledge orb only had a name and didn't even show the level of the skill. As David focused his mind on the blood fusing knowledge orb, he understood some of the details of the blood fusing knowledge orb. Blood fusing was just a secret technique. This secret technique could greatly increase one's ability to control blood. Of course, this was only a side effect of this secret technique. The core effect of blood fusing was to increase the probability of each promotion by burning blood essence. Although this method greatly increased the success rate of promotion, it was equivalent to the user exchanging their lifespan for promotion. It was hard to say whether this secret technique was good or bad. Most Kaji wanted to have this secret technique. In order to promote, they were willing to give up everything, including their lifespan. This secret technique was very helpful even when promoting to Transcendent, but the burning of blood essence was a bit too much. Gabriel was less than 200 years old as a Transcendent, but his lifespan was close to 300 years as a Transcendent, and that was because of the blood fusion technique. Gabriel Transcendent had obtained this secret technique when he was young. Back then, he had practiced the blood fusing like a madman's and successfully mastered this secret technique as his secret technique. SSSS Bloods was, after that, Gabriel Transcendent was like a heaven-defying genius. He successfully promoted again, and even became a Transcendent when he was 50 years old. But the price of all this also appeared when Gabriel Transcendent was 100 years old. At 100 years old, Gabriel Transcendent found that his body was showing signs of aging. Compared to other Transcendent, Gabriel Transcendent's aging symptoms appeared 100 years earlier. In other words, Gabriel Transcendent lost 100 years of his lifespan because of the blood fusing. David hesitated after reading the blood fusing's detailed description. He didn't need to be promoted as urgently as other Kaji. He wasn't even 20 years old, but he had already become a Kaji. He wasn't too far away from reaching the peak of Kaji. Among the armored soldiers, this kind of achievement could be considered the fastest in terms of cultivation speed. And David's training speed was still increasing rapidly. It didn't feel like it was stagnating. Although the advanced Kaji body technique was not as effective as before after David became an advanced Kaji, the level 3 strengthened meat allowed David's strength to increase by a few kilograms every day. Perhaps David would only consider the blood-fusing secret technique when he was affected by a bottleneck in the future. For now, David couldn't exchange his lifespan for a boost in strength. David sat in the hovercar and looked away from Gabriel Transcendent's mansion. Gabriel Transcendent was dead, and he didn't know if Fox Transcendent knew about it. Would the Krypton powder bomb trigger a military investigation? David couldn't care about these things in a short period of time. He was about to enter the first college of Iridia. It was a distance of 500 kilometers. It didn't take long to travel from Lunka Planet. David looked at the city in front of him in surprise. He then pulled out the admission notice from his bracelet. According to the coordinates on the admission notice, this was indeed the first college of Iridia. But no one told him that the first college of Iridia was a city. The city David saw was a medium-sized city. There was an energy shield covering the entire city to protect the first college of Iridia. Looking down from the sky, the layout of the city was very special. It was a square city with 4 tall buildings occupying the 4 corners. The city was clearly planned before it was built. Every building in the city was a part of the city's square structure. They were neatly divided by crisscrossing roads. New students, please show your admission notice and disclose your bracelet information. Parents and friends are not allowed to enter the campus. All new students, please take note. As David's hovercar approached, the public channel received a message from the first college of Iridia. David pulled out the admission notice and identity information from his bracelet. He scanned it with his energy, and a passage for the hovercar to enter appeared on the energy shield. The hovercar didn't follow David's instructions. A tractor beam guided the hovercar into the energy shield, and it landed on a field on the ground. David carried the custom-made exoskeleton armor and a Grade 2 heavy axe as he walked down the hovercar. He didn't bring any other luggage. In David's opinion, he could just buy whatever he needed. There were about 1,000 people standing on the field. There were still hovercars descending, and the number of students was increasing. There was no one to guide them. The students placed their luggage on the ground and chatted with the students they knew or didn't know. Of course, the students were divided into different categories. The students who carried the exoskeleton armor had their own area on the field. There were also some students who had a physique similar to that of Akaji, but they obviously couldn't blend in with the students with the exoskeleton armor. "Brother, come here." A tall and skinny student took the initiative to greet David. David looked over and saw the exoskeleton armor beside the tall and skinny student. It seemed like he was also Akaji. David didn't reject this student's good intentions. This student was very strong, and David didn't want to go to other areas. The students in those areas had a look of rejection in their eyes. "Hello, I'm David." David stepped forward and nodded. "Hello, David. I'm Mike." Mike replied with a smile. He pointed at David's luggage and asked, "Why did you only bring weapons and exoskeleton armor? Don't you have any other luggage?" "My home is in Kia City. If you need anything, just bring it over. If not, just buy it." David replied with a smile. He pointed at the pile of luggage beside Mike and said with a smile, "You brought too much." Indeed, other than the exoskeleton armor and weapons beside Mike, there were about 10 large suitcases. "I can't help it. My family can't wait to put all of my stuff in here," Mike said helplessly. "There are so many new students. How come I don't see anyone maintaining order?" David skipped the previous topic and looked around curiously. Mike had a good understanding of the first college of Iridia. He explained with a smile, "That's a lot. Just from the Kaji specialization alone, the college recruits 5,000 students every year. In addition to the cultural students, there are more than 30,000 new students every year." Mike continued, "There's no need for anyone to maintain order here. Those who dare to cause trouble will be kicked out of the college. Normally, no new students would dare to cause trouble. Gosh, there are more than 30,000 new students every year." It was David's first time hearing this news. He was shocked. It was no wonder that the first college of Iridia wanted to build a city. Just the 30,000 students every year was a huge group. The students beside David and Mike didn't join in the conversation. David knew the reason very well. Mike's strength was close to the pinnacle level of Kaji. This was David's first time seeing such a strong Kaji among his peers. David didn't hide his strength. His strength was also close to the pinnacle level of Kaji. This made David stand out from the rest. Among all the new students from the Kaji specialization, only the two of them had such strength. It was also because of this reason that although the other new students were secretly sizing them up, no new students approached them. This was a huge gap in strength. It was like a weak student seeing a genius. There was a natural sense of estrangement. As the time got closer to 10 o'clock, more and more hover cars appeared in the sky. Students also arrived in large batches. Mike also called out for 4 new students to join in the conversation with David. Needless to say, these 4 new students were also the strongest in Kaji. David didn't know how Mike identified the strong ones. This was because among the 4 new students, there was a girl named Louise who was only at the intermediate level of Kaji. However, she was also invited by Mike. David, you'll know in a while. The school assigned student numbers according to the results of the Kaji Specializations Assessment. The student numbers will be announced in a while. I only knew about it in advance. Mike saw David's confusion and explained with a smile. David saw that among the 6 people, he was the only one who didn't know about this. The others weren't surprised at all. It was obvious that they already knew about this. David really wanted to know his number, but it was hard to say. After all, he just met these new students and wasn't familiar with them. More than 30,000 students gathered in the same field with their own luggage. The scene was chaotic and noisy. The field was like a chaotic market. Quiet, a loud voice sounded, and the noise in the field instantly disappeared. David saw a burly student in an exquisite uniform surrounded by 4 new students. He was using a loudspeaker. These 5 students were obviously older than the new students. There was a big difference in their aura. 4 of the 5 students were at the advanced level of Kaji, while the one speaking was at the pinnacle level of Kaji. I'm the president of the Student Council, Canning. Your registration will be arranged by the Student Council. President Canning's aura was very strong. The 30,000 students looked at him seriously. Students of the culture major, stay on the field. The Student Council will arrange your registration. President Canning glanced at all the new students and said in a deep voice. He then turned to the 5,000 Kaji students and said, "Follow me." President Canning said and walked out of the field. The Kaji students quickly followed. "David, I bet he's trying to show us who's boss," Mike said softly as he operated his bracelet. Mike's 10 suitcases automatically lined up behind Mike. "What bet? Isn't it obvious?" Another new student, Miles, raised his luggage and shook his head. "It's like this every year. I didn't expect the president of the student council to come out in person this year. Is there something special about any of you?" Louise also knew that the school used to welcome new students, so she curiously glanced at the few of them and said. David didn't say anything. He carried his luggage and walked with the others. The 5,000 people were led into an indoor practice room. A strange smile appeared on President Canning's face. After the 5,000 people entered the room, the 5 tunnels in the huge practice room automatically closed. There were only 5,000 new students and President Canning in the room. Every student who can enter the first college of Iridia Kaji is a student with great potential. The school has always had an interesting tradition. This is a small test for the new students. President Canning said in a deep voice. As soon as President Canning finished speaking, everyone in the practice room felt their bodies sink. This was the result of changing the gravity. I believe all of the students can withstand double the gravity. If you can't, just lie down on the ground. The gravity won't affect you, President Canning said as he stood up straight. President Canning was also affected by the gravity. However, he was stronger than the 5,000 new students. Even David and Mike couldn't compare to President Canning in terms of the level of Kaji. The majority of the freshmen could easily deal with double gravity. Even the weakest of the freshmen could endure it for a long time. The gravity will double every minute. Don't force yourself. If you can't handle it, lie down immediately. President Canning wouldn't let the new students do it so easily. He looked at the time and announced in a deep voice. Chapter 322. Mike looked at President Canning and whispered to the people around him. This year's situation is not right. In the past few years, a small portion of the freshmen were humiliated. This year, they're trying to make us all kneel on the ground. The double gravity was nothing to the 6 of them. Mike even had the energy to chat with them. Could there be someone special among the freshmen this year? Miles nodded and asked. The others agreed with Miles. At the same time, as the top 6 out of the 5,000 freshmen, if there were any special freshmen, it was very likely that they were among them. Mike, Miles, and the others all looked at David. The only one they were unfamiliar with was David. David is the only one among us that we don't know. David, introduce yourself, Mike said with a smile. To be honest, although there were many high school graduates in the Iridia Star Zone, the super powerhouses among them were all nurtured by powerful factions or powerhouses in the Star Zone. They more or less knew about each other. However, the addition of David to the top 6 of the assessment made the other freshmen somewhat surprised. It was as if David had appeared out of thin air. They had some guesses about David's identity, but none of them connected David to the David who was known as the Invincible Kaji class. I come from planet Monolith. I was born in a normal family of civil servants. Later, I met my teacher. With his help, I came to planet Lunka. David introduced himself simply. While they were chatting, the gravity had tripled. Some of the freshmen were forced to kneel on the ground. However, these were all geniuses with great potential. Many of them could not withstand the triple gravity. Even if their teeth were bleeding, they still forced themselves not to kneel on the ground to avoid the gravity. David from planet Monolith. Are you the David who came in first in the exam? Louise interrupted in surprise. For ordinary Kaji freshmen, their cultural scores were not particularly important. As long as they reached a certain threshold, it was enough. The main thing was to show their potential in the interview assessment. Even though there were many who weren't even Kaji, this didn't mean that there were only so many candidates who were Kaji. Instead, it was because many candidates who were Kaji didn't display as much potential as candidates who weren't Kaji. Oh my God, David, your cultural results are so good, Mike said in surprise. Among the freshmen of the Kaji major, there were very few who had excellent academic results. This was mainly because if they wanted to be admitted to the Kaji major, they had to spend a lot of time practicing the Kaji major in junior and senior high school. As a result, the freshmen of the Kaji major were naturally much worse than the other freshmen of the cultural major. Both sides looked down on each other when they entered the school. Haha, David, you've really made the Kaji major proud. Miles laughed. It seems that I've underestimated you. You can still laugh in the middle of the test. President Canning looked at Miles and then stared at David before saying in a deep voice. Miles immediately shut up. He was a little annoyed that he had laughed out loud. He had offended President Canning. It seemed that he would have a hard time in the school in the future. President Canning waved his hand and saw 5 unidentified objects being thrown in from the 5th door. It's a hive. David saw the objects on the ground and couldn't help but say softly. At this moment, all the freshmen in the hall saw it. The freshmen who were close to the hive quickly dodged. However, this was an environment with 3 times the gravity. There was a huge difference between standing still and moving. Once they moved, many freshmen couldn't withstand the gravity and fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, many small black bees flew out of the hive and flew towards all the freshmen. This is an iron wire bee. It can survive in high gravity. Don't worry, it won't cause any fatal damage. As long as you lie down on the ground, it won't attack again. President Canning explained in a deep voice. It's that cruel, Mike said as he quickly operated his bracelet and moved one of his suitcases to his side. He opened the suitcase and took out a flat bottle. He quickly opened it and rubbed some liquid on his face. Mike, give me some insect repellent too. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared, Miles called out with bright eyes. Miles's words made the 2 girls look over. They were no strangers to iron wire bees. President Canning might have said that it wasn't fatal, but it was more painful than being directly killed. The stinger of the iron wire wasp was a special kind of poison that could amplify the pain of the victim. In addition, the poison in the stinger was accompanied by severe pain. The stinger of the iron wire wasp would cause the victim to feel pain that penetrated deep into their soul. It was not something that an ordinary person could endure. The two girls were more concerned about the stinger on the face. Even after treatment, it would still leave a mark on the face for a few days. For a girl, this was absolutely unacceptable. Among the freshmen present, Mike wasn't the only one who had a way to deal with iron wire bees. There were a dozen freshmen who used different insect repellent methods to prevent the bees from attacking them for a while. However, even more freshmen fell to the ground and screamed after being attacked by iron wire bees. President Canning couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the freshmen's performance. The way the freshmen were welcomed was different every year. As long as no one died or did anything humiliating, the school would tacitly accept it. Through this method, all the new students could forget their past arrogance and turn them into down-to-earth students. Especially this time, President Canning took the initiative to accept the mission for David's sake. Not for anything else, but for David's hated title of Invincible among Kaji. This was a declaration of war for the students of the Kaji major in Iridia. Every student who was able to enroll in the first academy of Iridia as a soldier was considered to be the #1 genius of the same age group in a medium to large city. Plus, they had the best resources and the best teachers. They didn't think that they were weaker than the so-called invincible among Kaji. Therefore, this test was to test David's strength. The rest of the freshmen were just collateral. 2 iron wire bees flew near David's group of 6. Mike, Myers, Evelyn, and Louise all used the insect repellent. Only David and Fitch didn't have time to use it. The 2 iron wire bees immediately stared at the 2 of them. They separated and flew towards David and Fitch, respectively. Careful, Mike warned. He was about to throw the insect repellent to David when he stopped. The iron wire bee, flying towards David, didn't even get close to David. It seemed to have encountered something terrifying and flew away madly. David was about to use his mind to control the iron wire bee when he felt the little white snake on his wrist twist slightly. The iron wire bee was scared away. Only now did David remember that the little white snake was a transcendent creature. Even the smallest transcendent creature had the innate ability to suppress other weaker creatures. "Mike, give me the insect repellent," Fitch shouted as he dodged Qian Xianfeng's attack in a sorry state. Mike threw the flat bottle over. Although Fitch was in a sorry state, his speed suddenly increased, and he once again dodged the iron wire bee's attack. At the same time, he caught the bottle that Mike had tossed over. David's eyes lit up when he saw this. The iron wire bee's attack wasn't that easy to dodge. The iron wire bee's speed was very fast. Add to that its small body, it made dodging its attacks very difficult. However, Fitch was able to dodge the iron wire bee's attacks time and time again, displaying his precise control over his body. The final sudden increase in speed was actually an explosion of his innate speed. The gravity had already increased to 5 times the normal gravity. Only 50 or so freshmen were still standing out of the 5,000. Even Mike, Miles, Fitch, and Evelyn had serious expressions on their faces. They were doing their best to deal with the situation. David also felt that it was a bit strenuous. However, with his Grandmaster Shield Mastery and Grandmaster Sniping ability, he could channel the pressure into the ground. At this moment, his mind had formed multiple mental channels in his body. The gravity's pressure on his body was transmitted to the ground through these mental channels. What surprised David was that the little girl Louise's expression didn't change. She looked very relaxed. "Louise, I'm so envious of your innate physique. This little bit of gravity has no effect on you at all," Miles said to Louise enviously. "Then let's trade. I want your strength, innate talent," Louise said softly with a glare. To be honest, Louise was very dissatisfied with her innate talent. It increased her body's defensive capabilities. This innate talent was definitely one of the worst innate talents. Why was it called the worst innate talent? This was because of Kaji's equipment. Kaji always had to wear exoskeleton armor when fighting. Even the worst exoskeleton armor would increase Kaji's defense by a lot. The defense increased by the innate talent of physique couldn't compare to it. No matter how high the defense increased by the innate talent of physique was, it wouldn't be able to block the attack of a grade weapon. If Kaji's exoskeleton armor was broken, then it would definitely be caused by a grade weapon. Although Louise looked very relaxed, the innate talent of physique was indeed very weak in terms of the increase in combat power. Of course, this didn't mean that Louise's innate talent of physique was useless. Louise's innate talent of physique had a lot of boosting effect on her weapon mastery. It was just that a female Kaji holding a large shield was too rare. David heard the conversation between Louise and Miles and couldn't help but take a few more glances at the freshmen present. In just a short while, David confirmed Fitch's innate talent of speed, Louise's innate talent of physique, and Miles' innate talent of strength. As for Evelyn and Mike, they probably had their own innate talents as well. In addition to David himself, it was probably only in the first college of Iridia that he would encounter so many innate talents of Kaji. This was only what David knew. There might be innate talents of Kaji among the freshmen, not to mention innate talents of Kaji among the seniors of the previous batches. Just as he was thinking, Mike once again used his identity bracelet to move another suitcase to his side. He opened it, took out a bottle of potion, and drank it. Almost immediately, the seriousness on Mike's face disappeared. He appeared as relaxed as Louise. "Mike, what potion? Give me one too." Miles hurriedly called out when he saw the effect of the potion. "Go away. This is a potion that temporarily increases physique. I don't have any extra." Mike waved his hand and refused. "We are brothers who are going to form a team with you in the future. Are you just going to leave us in the lurch?" Miles said with a sad face. "Yes, that's right." Fitch and Evelyn nodded and said. It was as if Mike was really going to leave them in the lurch if he didn't give them the potion. "I'm scared of you guys. Let's make this clear first. I want to be the team leader in the future." Mike shook his head helplessly as he took out another 4 bottles of potion from the suitcase. "Of course, Mike being the team leader is the best," Miles said with a smile as he took the potion and drank it directly. Fitch and Evelyn also drank the potion immediately. At this moment, it became easier for them to deal with the gravity. David didn't understand what they were talking about just now. When Mike handed him a bottle of potion, he casually took it. However, he didn't use it immediately. He was going to use it when he couldn't withstand it anymore. "I forgot that David isn't clear about the school's matters. Let me explain." Miles saw the blank look on David's face and took the initiative to explain. It turned out that Mike took the initiative to invite the other 5 people together. This was a tradition of the academy. The top 6 freshmen with the highest potential would form the strongest Kaji team. This strongest Kaji team would represent the academy in competitions outside of the academy. At the same time, within the academy, these 6 positions would also be challenged by students of the same level. But no matter what, the current top 6 freshmen with the highest potential will be the first batch of strongest Kaji team members. "It doesn't matter who is the team leader," David said with a smile. He came to the academy to learn more, including how to upgrade his heavy axe to the perfect level, how to be more confident in becoming a transcendent, and how to find more spiritual secret techniques, and so on. As for other things, David responded with an indifferent attitude. With his current strength, not to mention the freshmen, even among all the students in the academy, there was probably no one who could defeat him. When the 6 times gravity arrived, only 6 of the 5,000 freshmen were left. Mike and the others who took the potion to improve their physique, as well as Louise who had the talent of physique, were all sweating profusely as they withstood the gravity. Even President Canning's face was slightly red. It was obvious that he wasn't feeling too good either. David was the most special. His body was constantly shaking, although his body trembled from time to time. In fact, he was the most relaxed among these people. As long as he could still use the technique of transmitting power before the gravity exceeded the limit of what his body could withstand, the gravity wouldn't cause too much pressure on his body. Chapter 323. When President Canning saw David's condition, he knew that it was impossible to use gravity to embarrass David. President Canning waved his hand, and all the gravity disappeared. He announced loudly, "Today's test is over. The 6 of you who made it to the end can join the student council. You can submit a written application to the student council later." This guy's up to no good. He used the student council's name to mess up this batch of freshmen, and now he's announcing that we're joining the student council. Isn't this putting us on the opposite side of the freshmen and making them hate us? Mike said softly to the people around him. Why do I feel like he's purposely picking on us? Mikhail nodded. He had just been called out, and he already had a bad impression of President Canning and the student council. It's up to you whether you want to join the student council or not. I'm not joining. David rejected right away. He came here to strengthen himself and learn new things. He had no interest in the student council's power at all. With David's current strength, he had plenty of ways to get power if he wanted it. David's voice was not soft, so President Canning obviously heard him. President Canning looked at David with a gloomy gaze. All injured students are to go to the infirmary for treatment. The cost of the treatment will be covered by the student council. Your dorm allocation and class schedule have been sent to your ID bracelets. Dismissed. President Canning turned to the freshmen and announced. All 5 doors opened, and members of the student council went in to retrieve the iron wire bees. They then sent the injured freshmen who could not move to the infirmary first. The rest of the injured freshmen were sent to the infirmary one after another. Let's see which dorm we're assigned to, Mike said as he checked his ID bracelet. David also checked his ID bracelet and saw a new message with the student council's logo. He saw that he was assigned to room A100 in Zone A. I'm in room A223. What about you guys? Mikhail said with a smile and asked the others. We're roommates. We're in the same room, Fitch said with a smile as he patted Mikhail. It was a very lucky thing to be able to share a room with a teammate in the future. The 2 of us will be together, Louise and Evelyn said excitedly. I was assigned to room A222. David, you should be in the same room as me, right? Mike said with certainty. Over the years, the allocation of dormitories had always followed the traditional rules. Students like them, who were in the first echelon of the academy, would be arranged to stay in Area A of the dormitory. This was the dormitory with the best conditions. As for the top few freshmen, they would try to arrange them together as much as possible. This was also to cultivate the tacit understanding between them. Kaji wasn't a solo fighter. He needed to be in a group in order to unleash his full potential. Mike, I'm in room A100. David shook his head regretfully. God, how is that possible? The top 100 in Area A are single-person villas. Every month, there are 3 places to be challenged. Once you lose, you'll have to exchange dormitories with the winner of the challenge. Those who live here are the top 100 powerhouses of the entire academy. Did the student council make a mistake? Mikhail said with his eyes wide open. The top 100 students of the First College of Iridia, who specialized in Kaji, weren't ordinary powerhouses. Every one of them was a genius among geniuses. For example, in this year's batch of freshmen, there were at most less than 20 freshmen who could live in Area A. In the future, if they wanted to apply to enter Area A, they would have to go through an assessment. If there were no empty dormitories, they would have to go through a challenge before they could enter Area A. However, the top 100 dormitories were very special. Not only did they have the conditions for single people to live in, but they also had more resources than other students. Of course, these resources were in descending order. Room A100 had the least resources. Even so, any of the top 100 dormitories would be fought over by countless students. David, it seems like they're targeting you, Mike said with a shake of his head. At the same time, he was extremely curious about David's identity. Because the freshman list had come too late, he hadn't had time to ask someone to investigate in detail. That's right. By putting the freshman in room A100, you'll be challenged by the entire academy, Louise said angrily. David, did you offend President Canning? We're probably implicated by you, Mikhail said with a chuckle. David could tell that Mikhail didn't mean any harm. He was just joking. However, David thought that Michael's words might be true. You Mikhail, right? You'll stay and clean this place later. As Mikkel said this, President Canning happened to walk over and naturally heard him. President Canning said in a deep voice. Michael's face suddenly turned ugly. Although the place wasn't big, because of the gravity and iron wire bees, many freshmen vomited on the ground due to the pain. Looking at Michael's clothes, one could tell that he came from a good family. Then again, for a Kaji to reach the advanced stage at such a young age, it was impossible for him to achieve such results without the support of a powerful background. Asking someone like Mikkel to clean up the filthy place was definitely an act of revenge. However, even if Mikkel didn't want to, he couldn't go against the president's decision. The student council had a lot of power in the first college of Iridia. As long as Mikkel wanted to study in the academy, he had to obey the student council's orders. David, I've heard of your name for a long time. However, I can't feel the aura of a powerhouse from you. President Canning ignored Michael's ugly expression and turned to David. President Canning was very powerful. He was a pinnacle stage Kaji. In addition, he had a special talent and was a weapon master. With this kind of strength, no matter which organization he entered after graduation, he would be an elite. In particular, Canning's identity as the president of the student council gave him more choices and better opportunities for advancement. It was important to note that the graduates of the first college of Iridia were all at the top of the industry in the Iridia sector. Because President Canning was very confident in his own strength, his spirit was not weak either. Naturally, he could sense things that others couldn't. When President Canning sensed David's aura, he initially sensed that David was purposely exposing the advanced stage Kaji strength, which was close to the pinnacle stage. However, there was nothing else. There was no particularly strong spirit and no threat. This made President Canning believe that David wasn't as strong as the rumors said. President Canning couldn't be blamed. If David hadn't become a sniper master, David's spirit and aura would definitely have been sensed by Kaji, who had a slightly higher spirit. However, after becoming a sniper master, David's control over his spirit and aura had reached a terrifying level. When he wasn't in battle, he could disguise himself as an ordinary Kaji. President Canning, I don't understand what you mean. David looked at President Canning with a strange expression. What did his strength have to do with President Canning? No matter how overbearing the student council was, they couldn't expect the new students to be incomparably strong. Student David, you don't deserve the title Invincible Kaji, President Canning said with a heavy tone. David suddenly realized that President Canning wanted the title Invincible Kaji. Invincible Kaji? David is the Invincible Kaji. Mike and the others looked at each other and whispered. They didn't expect their classmate to be the legendary Kaji, the Invincible Kaji who could single-handedly defeat an entire fleet. So that's what you want. If you like it, I'll give it to you, David said with an indifferent smile. Student David, how dare you insult me? President Canning's aura surged as he looked at David with a twisted expression. David's words hit the nail on the head, but he couldn't say it out loud. In particular, David's lack of respect for the title Invincible Kaji was a stark contrast to President Canning's own attitude. This made President Canning feel inferior. President Canning was indeed very strong. Although he didn't have a weapon or exoskeleton armor, his aura was oppressive. David immediately knew that he was a weapons master. Before David could respond, a white light flashed, and a small white snake flew out from David's wrist. President Canning didn't even have time to react. He felt a chill on his neck, and an extreme sense of danger froze him in place. The students on the side saw a small white snake coiled around President Canning's neck. Because the white snake was too small, it couldn't wrap around President Canning's entire neck, but it still used its powerful muscles to wrap around half of President Canning's neck. What made President Canning feel extremely threatened was that the white snake opened its mouth and bit down on his main artery. If it wasn't for David forbidding the white snake from killing people, President Canning would have been poisoned to death. David, don't kill people on school grounds, Mike quickly said. It's very troublesome to kill people on school grounds. Mikkel also tried to persuade him. Fitch, Evelyn, and Louise also tried to persuade him. Although they weren't happy with President Canning's attitude, They couldn't just watch David commit a crime on school grounds. This was the first college of Iridia. No one dared to go against the school's rules. I didn't want to do anything. President Canning wanted to attack me, so my pet overreacted. David shook his head helplessly. David reached out his hand and waved at the white snake. The white snake turned into a white light and flew back to his wrist. David, how dare you? President Canning wanted to say something to express his extreme anger, but when he thought of the snake, he couldn't help but stop. When the white snake controlled him, he knew what it was. It was a transcendent creature. Although the white snake's body was very small and was one of the weakest transcendent creatures, the biggest advantage of snake transcendent creatures was their poison. Without exoskeleton armor, it was extremely dangerous to be exposed to a snake transcendent creature. President Canning, you'd better think twice before trying to cause me trouble. Normally, I'll nip any trouble in the bud, David said with a dark face. He could tell that President Canning was about to threaten him. Although David didn't reveal his powerful mind, President Canning still felt his hair stand on end. It was as if he had met his natural enemy. He instinctively felt extreme fear. I'm going to the dorm first. David ignored President Canning and turned to the freshman he just met. After David left, President Canning breathed heavily. He felt as helpless as an ant facing an elephant. He looked around and saw that some of the freshmen and student council members were looking at him. What are you looking at? Go do your own thing. President Canning's face darkened as he yelled. All of the students quickly ran away. Even Miles went to find cleaning tools. President Canning was the only one left. President Canning looked at the direction David left. There was still a trace of fear on his face, but it was quickly replaced by deep hatred. David didn't take President Canning seriously. Although President Canning was strong, he didn't have much combat experience. He didn't have much experience in killing, so he couldn't resist David's mental pressure. If he was a veteran weapon master, he wouldn't have been so easily suppressed by David's mental pressure. The A dorm was easy to find. According to the map on his ID bracelet, David arrived at the A dorm. The A dorm was divided into two parts. The left side was a mini villa area, and the right side was a 6-story building. David found the mini villa marked a 100 in the mini villa area. This mini villa was also the mini villa in the leftmost corner of the entire A area. He used his ID bracelet to open the door of the mini villa. The villa had 2 floors and an area of about 50 square meters. There was also a training room in the basement. David didn't expect the school to arrange such accommodations for students. There was a bedroom, a study, a lounge, and a sports room. Although the area was small, it had all the necessary functions. There was even a gene repair pod, but he had to buy the gene repair solution himself. After putting down his belongings, David checked the villa. He didn't have to worry about the security here. The villa's security system was managed by the school security system. The security level was very high. Even if David wanted to break through the security system, it would take him a long time. The first college of Iridia was the place that nurtured the best talents in the Iridia sector. The strongest geniuses in the sector were gathered here. These geniuses didn't only study Kaji. They also studied various other fields. Electronic warfare was one of them. David didn't touch the villa's security system. Instead, he added a set of security system that he had written himself to enhance the safety of the villa. The villa had all the daily necessities, but David still used the school's internal shopping platform to buy many daily necessities for himself. Chapter 3:24. When David used the college's internal shopping platform, he found that the college's internal shopping platform was very powerful. In addition to using credits to buy some items that could be bought in the outside world, he could also use points to buy some special items. For example, Level 2 Enhanced Meat, which was almost impossible to buy in the outside world, could be bought here with points at any time. Even the higher level 3 Enhanced Meat was on the list of points exchange. In a shopping platform, David saw some resources that he had never seen before, such as potions or items that could enhance physique, strength, agility, and spirit. David saw the familiar name Master Spirit Potion in the list. Melvin Transcendent gave him 2 bottles of Master Spirit Potion. Because he didn't know much about Master Spirit Potion, he didn't give it to himself and Emma. Clicking on Master Spirit Potion on a shopping platform, David saw the video of Master Spirit Potion. It was a potion stored in a transparent test tube with green light. At this moment, David could be sure that the Master Spirit Potion given by Melvin Transcendent was genuine. Of course, the possibility of Melvin Transcendent deceiving him was too small. If it weren't for the fact that the potion was taken orally, he wouldn't be so careful. David also saw the detailed introduction of Master Spirit Potion. Master Spirit Potion was a level 3 potion. It was extracted from the brain fluid of the level 3 Master Spirit Kingworm. It was a transcendent level potion. It was effective for ordinary people, Kaji, and transcendent to enhance the spirit. Master Spirit Potion was even more effective for Kaji to become a weapon master. It could enhance the spirit attribute and meet the most basic requirements to be promoted to a weapon master. David also saw the astronomical number of points behind the mainframe mental elixir. Of course, for a freshman like David who had 0 points, no matter how many points he couldn't exchange for points items here. As the highest institution in the Iridia star field, a large number of resources were invested in the college every year. Some very special transcendent resources would also enter the college's exchange list. It was this kind of support that allowed the college to have far more resources than other forces, attracting geniuses to come here. David closed the internal shopping platform and was about to rest when he heard the doorbell ring. He walked over to open the door, thinking that it was a delivery from the shopping platform. Instead, he saw an unfamiliar student in a school uniform. This student's aura was that of an advanced Kaji, and he carried a level 1 war hammer on his back. "Freshman, I'm here to challenge you." After seeing David, the student pointed his finger at David and spoke in an extremely arrogant manner. Gallup was very happy because he had heard a piece of news from a friend in the student union. The A100 dorm, which had been empty for more than 10 days, had been assigned to a new student by the student union. After hearing the news, Gallup didn't even wait to find out more information. He didn't even know the names of the new students in A100 dormitory and directly came to challenge them. One had to know that in order to not affect the students' studies, the academy stipulated that the challenges could not exceed 3 times a month. In other words, if other students want to challenge David and obtain the right to use the A100 dorm, they would have to make an appointment in advance. If more than one student challenged at the same time, then these challengers would have to decide on 3 places first. This decision was usually decided through battles. Gallup wanted to seize the opportunity. Since David had just moved in and the other students didn't know about this yet, he was the first to issue a challenge. "Wait a minute, let me check the school rules." David was stunned when he heard Gallup's words. He didn't expect someone to challenge him as soon as he moved in. However, he immediately waved his hand and said, the school rules were included in the information sent by the student union, but David hadn't seen them yet. Soon, David saw the rules of the dormitory challenge for the top 100 students in Kaji specialization. After reading it, David nodded. Gallup's challenge was in line with the rules. "You agreed. Then let's begin," Gallup said excitedly when he saw David nod. Just as Gallup finished speaking, a fist arrived in front of him. He felt a lump in his throat, and his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Then, he was lifted up by a huge force and slammed heavily onto the ground. After that, he was lifted up again and slammed onto the ground again. Gallup felt like he was a helpless rag doll that was being crushed over and over again. "You've lost," David said as he stopped. At this moment, Gallup was already limp on the ground. Fortunately, David had held back. Gallup looked terrible, but he wasn't seriously injured. This injury could be healed with just 1 round of genetic repair. "How did you sneak an attack?" Gallup said in a sobbing voice as he caught his breath. "Whether I sneak an attack or not can be determined by the Academy's AI system," David said as he pointed at the surveillance camera at the side. There was a surveillance camera in front of the mini villa in Area A. It was specially set up for challenges. Once both parties agreed to the challenge, it would be automatically determined by the Academy's AI system. If either party was about to be fatally injured, the Academy's AI system would forcefully stop the challenge. In battles within the Academy, grade weapons could be used, and exoskeleton armor could also be worn. All these required prior agreement between both parties. It was obvious that Gallop wanted to use David's unfamiliarity with the rules to defeat him by not wearing armor. It should be known that in a battle between two Kaji of similar strength, it would be difficult to pull apart the difference in strength with armor. As a third-year senior, Gallop believed that he had a higher chance of winning against a freshman without armor. That was because without armor, as long as he attacked the opponent's body, he would immediately gain the upper hand in the battle. With exoskeleton armor, as long as it wasn't an important spot, it wouldn't affect him too much even if he was hit. However, Gallop didn't expect that David wouldn't even let him take out his weapon before he was defeated by David's continuous attacks. David smiled as he checked his identity bracelet. He saw that in Dorm 100's information, there were only 2 challenges left each month. This meant that the battle just now had been approved by the Academy's artificial intelligence system. The battle process had been verified by the Academy's artificial intelligence system. Gallop regained his strength. He also saw through his identity bracelet that 5 points had been deducted. This was the punishment for failing the challenge. He wanted to loudly condemn David's sneak attack, but then he remembered that he was the one who initiated the challenge. The moment he said, "Start," the challenge had already been established. How could Gallop know that David's barehanded combat skills were at the master level? Gallop didn't feel wronged at all when he was so close to a barehanded combat master. "Student David, please receive the items you've bought." Just then, a hover car descended, and a student poked his head out of the car window and called out, "He's here." David raised his hand and said. Gallop didn't want others to see him in such a sorry state. He insisted on getting up from the ground and limped away. David brought the items he had bought back to the villa. Just as he was putting them away, he heard the doorbell ring. "Who is it?" David asked as he opened the door. "David, we're here to admire the villa alone." Mike and the other 5 students were outside the door. Mike said with a smile. David already knew the student numbers of these students through his identity bracelet. David's student number was 4, Miles was 1, Mike's was 2, Fitch's was 3, Evelyn and Lillian were 5 and 6 respectively. David didn't know why he was number 4 either. With his academic results, his exposed mastery of heavy axes at the advanced master level, and his talent of strength shock, he was only given the number 4. In fact, the ranking of student numbers was mainly based on potential. Although weapon mastery, academic results, and talent all accounted for a certain proportion, the biggest proportion was Kaji's level. This was because many Kaji had weapon mastery and special talents, but the most fundamental improvement in strength wasn't satisfactory. This meant that Kaji wouldn't be able to reach the transcendent level at the most suitable age. David's age might be considered young for most Kaji, but he didn't have any advantage for students in the same batch as him. Especially when David was taking the exam, his Kaji level was still intermediate. That was why David was 4. The first college of Iridia's Kaji major was called Kaji Major in name because it was to nurture Kaji talents. However, its ultimate goal was to nurture transcendent talents. Therefore, the college was more interested in the potential of transcendent talents. Miles, Mike, and Fitch were already advanced Kaji during the exam. Naturally, their student numbers were higher than David's. "Please come in." David welcomed the 5 students into the living room. These students, who usually lived in large villas, looked at this miniature villa that was only 50 square meters in size with envy in their eyes. Of course, this was in comparison to their dormitory. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. Their dormitory was also 50 square meters, but they shared a room with 2 people. They only had 1 bedroom in their own private space. "David, if someone challenges you, you can accept it 5 days before the end of the month. That way, you can enjoy living alone for almost a month." Miles said to David, "Is there such a rule?" David was stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly flipped open the school rules in his identity bracelet. He didn't remember seeing such a rule. "There's no need to look. This isn't in the school rules. It's a kind of established rule. It's also to prevent the person being challenged from being interrupted continuously. It's more reasonable to arrange the time of the challenge. Miles replied with a smile. Miles, you're too late. I just finished a challenge. David said helplessly. You won. Miles was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly asked, Miles, if David didn't win, why would he still be here? Mike couldn't help but laugh. He then said, You'd better take a look at David's past. That invincible among the Kaji isn't something that can be obtained easily. After returning, Mike obtained more detailed information about David through his connections. He knew that David had participated in more battles than his peers. However, because David's student number was 4, Mike judged that David's combat strength should be very strong, but his potential wasn't. Therefore, Mike hoped to have a good relationship with David. A comrade who wasn't a threat and could provide great help was the best team member. Mike, you know a lot about the school. Do you know how safe it is inside the school? David asked Mike. David didn't care about the Kaji-level powerhouses. However, the incident with the Transcendent Gabriel made him realize the terror of the Transcendent. Therefore, he was now worried about whether he would be threatened by the Transcendent in the school. If the Transcendent Gabriel came to capture him, then there would be other Transcendent coming to capture him. He needed to ensure his own safety. The school's safety? Mike repeated David's words with amusement. He then asked, David, do you see the 4 tall buildings at the 4 corners of the school? I see them. What's so special about them? David said with a nod. A Transcendent lives in each of the buildings. The first college of Iridia usually has 4 Transcendent guarding the school. If needed, the school can summon more Transcendent from other planets at any time. Mike said with a proud tone. This was the pride of every first college of Iridia student. With 4 Transcendent guarding the school's safety was even more secure than a bank's vault. David also felt very safe after hearing this. With 4 Transcendent and a nearby 4 Transcendent, there probably wouldn't be any Transcendent who would dare to cause trouble for him in the school. David, we're here this time to discuss the formation of a combat team with you. Mike said, Yes, after forming a combat team, we can accept some group missions. In the future, we can also participate in inter-school competitions and get additional rewards. I have no problem with that. David agreed without hesitation. This was mainly because David saw the importance of points after seeing the internal shopping platform. Participating in group missions could earn points. Needless to say, a combat team made up of the 6 strongest students in the first grade would definitely have no problem in earning points. No one has any objections to me being the team leader, right? Mike looked at the few people present and asked with a smile. Although they had all agreed before, they hadn't formed a combat team at that time. Now that Mike proposed it, the team leader position was naturally decided. That's great. We won't have to buy any potions in the future. Evelyn's eyes lit up as she said with a smile. Yes, in the future, we'll leave supplies and equipment repair to the team leader. Louise also said with a smile. Although I'm willing to pay for these, shouldn't you show some respect to me as the team leader? Mike said helplessly as he looked at the 2 female students. Mike and Fitch couldn't help but laugh. Then, the 2 female students also laughed. David was infected and laughed as well. Amidst the laughter, the strongest Kaji's combat team was formed. Chapter 3:25. The next morning, a service robot delivered breakfast. David, who had woken up at 5 o'clock in the morning, had just finished his morning training. Breakfast was a set of level 2 strengthened meat. This set of level 2 strengthened meat was one of the benefits of living in the first 100 mini villas. Although David had already used a set of level 3 strengthened meat before training, he would not waste resources. Speaking of level 3 strengthened meat, David only had 4 sets left. The level 3 strengthened meat that he exchanged from Kaji's virtual world was almost used up. He thought that eating so much level 3 strengthened meat would be enough for him to reach the pinnacle level. Unfortunately, the advanced Kaji body art was not as effective as before after David reached the advanced Kaji level. This meant that David was still 400 kilograms away from reaching the pinnacle level. The closer he was to the limit of 3,200 kilograms, the slower his training speed would be. Furthermore, he could not maintain the level 3 strengthened meat, so David's training speed would be greatly reduced. Sitting at the dining table, David cut a small piece of level 2 strengthened meat and gave it to the little white snake. After interacting with the little white snake for the past few days, especially through mental communication, he had become very close to it. The little white snake did not want to leave him and always coiled around his wrist. "Little White, eat slowly." David looked at the little snake that he named Little White as it swallowed the level 2 strengthened meat that was not much smaller than its body. Little White replied with a sense of comfort. After Little White swallowed the level 2 strengthened meat, its body immediately doubled in size. It was like a rugby ball. However, a transcendent creature was a transcendent creature. When David finished his meal, Little White's body had already returned to its original size. It did not look like it had just swallowed a huge piece of level 2 strengthened meat. After finishing his meal, David wore the school uniform in his wardrobe and went to the classroom according to the timetable. Kaji's major did have cultural classes. Cultural classes were very important in the first college of Iridia. Kaji's major had 3 cultural classes in the morning and Kaji's major class in the afternoon. There were many teaching buildings in the academy. David followed the map on his bracelet and arrived at the Kaji Academy. He found his assigned classroom in the Kaji Academy. When he walked into the classroom, David saw that Mike and the others had already arrived. They were sitting in the first row and had reserved a seat for him. David sat down and observed the classroom. It was a large classroom that could accommodate 100 people. At this moment, students were entering one after another. At this time alone, there were already more than 50 students. "David, it's really inconvenient that you don't live with us. It's not convenient to wake you up in the morning." Mike explained why they didn't ask David to come to class in the morning. "You don't have to wake me up in the morning. I have a training plan in the morning," David said with a smile. "David, how's the breakfast benefit for the top 100? Miles asked curiously. Although he knew that the top 100 mini villas had resources, it was better to ask David, who was the only one among the new students. "It's a serving of level 2 strengthened meat in the morning," David replied. "I knew it. The school's level 2 strengthened meat can only be exchanged with points. I can only eat level 1 strengthened meat in the morning," Miles said enviously. In fact, in this small circle, David was probably the only one who relied on himself to obtain resources. David was on Lunka Planet. If he didn't work hard, he could only eat the level 1 strengthened meat given to him by Fox Transcendent. He couldn't even get level 2 strengthened meat. The other 5 in the small circle were all specially trained. They were given the best resources every day. Level 2 strengthened meat was also a daily resource. However, after entering the academy, they couldn't bring in external resources. They had to obtain everything for training themselves. They could either complete missions to earn points or challenge the top 100 students in the academy to obtain benefits like David. "Yeah, I brought some level 2 strengthened meat, but it won't last for more than a few days. I heard that we have to go through basic learning in the first 3 months of school. We can only go out to complete missions after passing the assessment," Mike said with some frustration. He had brought the most luggage, but his training resources were limited. "If you work hard in these 3 months, you can get some points if you pass the cultural assessment." Fitch continued, "It's good enough if you can pass the cultural assessment. I think only David can get points as a reward here." Mike looked at them and shook his head. At this moment, the classroom was filled with students. David glanced around. There were exactly 100 students in the classroom. Thinking about it, there were more than 5,000 new students in Kaji specialization. There were more than 50 classes, and this was only for one specialization. It was no wonder the academy had built a city. The 100 students were divided into many small groups. David noticed that these small groups were mostly made up of 6 people. It was obvious that this was prepared for the Kaji group. Or maybe it was because these geniuses from all over the world had a clearer understanding of each other than students from normal schools. They communicated with each other more purposefully. Just as the students were chatting, a man in his 30s walked in. From his aura, David could tell that he was a normal person. "Students, I am your homeroom teacher, Mawir." Mr. Mawir stood on the podium and introduced himself to the students in the classroom. David didn't understand why Kaji specialization would have a teacher who wasn't Kaji as their homeroom teacher. However, he didn't look surprised when he saw that the people around him didn't look surprised. "Students, if you have any questions about culture or life, you can come to me. Your Kaji specialization won't be divided into classes like this. Therefore, if you have any questions about Kaji specialization, you will have to look for your Kaji tutor." Mr. Mawir saw that some of the students were confused and continued to explain. David then realized that the division of classes was just culture. Mr. Mawir was also the homeroom teacher for culture. They also had another tutor who was responsible for teaching Kaji knowledge. For the Kaji specialization class in the afternoon, you will be assigned tutors based on the weapons you use. Currently, the tutors you are assigned are based on the tutor's choice and the characteristics of your assessment. If you're not satisfied with your assigned tutor, you have a chance to choose a new tutor. Of course, whether the tutor you choose is willing to accept you is up to the tutor's wishes. If you choose a new tutor and no tutor is willing to accept you, you will have to study by yourself for the rest of the semester. Mr. Mawir explained. David understood. The school's intention was clear. If you are not satisfied with your assigned tutor, you should consider whether you should change tutors. Unless you have the approval of another tutor, it was best not to change tutors. To be able to become a Kaji tutor in the first college of Iridia, he was definitely not weak. Which Kaji tutor didn't have his own pride? The culture class in the morning was a little simple for David. David even wondered if there was a need for him to stay in the class. However, since he had just entered the school, he didn't want to stand out too much. The 3 culture classes were taught by 3 experienced professors. Perhaps because this was Kaji's specialization, the professors didn't say anything else and left as soon as they were done. After the morning class ended, David and the students went to the school cafeteria. "Today is my treat. There will be a class monitor election in a week. Please support me," Mike said with a smile as soon as he entered the cafeteria. "I want the level 1 strengthened meat set meal." Mikkel said first. His student number was 1. If he wanted to be the class monitor, he had a better chance than Mike, who was 2. Now that he had expressed his attitude, it meant that he was withdrawing from the competition. "Too bad, there's no level 2 strengthened meat set meal. Then I want a level 1 strengthened meat set meal too." Fitch said, "Evelyn, I heard that the ingredients for the beauty meal here are rare. Why don't we order the beauty meal?" Louise didn't hold back and suggested to Evelyn, who was also a female. "I've heard about it too. Let's order that," Evelyn said with bright eyes. David looked at the price tag behind the food they ordered. The level 1 strengthened meat set meal cost more than 100,000 credits. As for the beauty meal ordered by the 2 female students, it cost 150,000 credits per set. Although David was rich, he wasn't used to ordering such expensive food when others were treating him. "David, don't hold back with Mike. He's the richest among us," Mikkel said with a smile when he saw David's hesitation. "Then I'll also order the level 1 strengthened meat set meal." David didn't hold back and followed the crowd and ordered the same food. "You guys are really ruthless." Although Mike said so, his face showed that he didn't care at all. He casually began to order. Although David didn't know the power behind Mike, he could tell that Mike was rich from the first time he met Mike. He gave away the potion that could increase vitality in a short period of time to his classmates. The cafeteria was very big. It should be the special cafeteria for freshmen. There weren't any senior students, so the atmosphere in the cafeteria was very lively. Not long after they sat down, a food delivery robot came to deliver the food. To David's surprise, the level 1 strengthened meat set meal wasn't just roasted level 1 strengthened meat. Instead, it was made into 4 different dishes and the taste was very good. Almost all the students here started eating strengthened meat from a young age. No matter how good the strengthened meat was, after so many years of being forced to eat it every day, they were already tired of it. The school actually researched many ways to strengthen meat. While preserving the effects of a strengthened meat, they could also make the strengthened meat taste different. David had never seen such a method, even when he was with the Transcendent. I wonder who my mentor Kaji will be, Mike said uneasily as he put down his knife and fork. It shouldn't be bad. Our student numbers are in the top 6. Our mentor should be the strongest mentor in our year, Kaji, Fitch said without much worry. There shouldn't be the same mentor among us, right? Mikkel said as he looked at them. That depends on what kind of weapon David uses. Mike looked at David and asked, I use a heavy axe. David replied with a smile. Haha, it seems like I might be the same mentor as David, Kaji. Mikkel said with a smile. To improve our understanding of each other, let's introduce each other's weapons. I'll go first. My weapon is a war hammer, Mike said as he waved his hand. Actually, other than David, who wasn't familiar with them, the other 5 knew each other's situation. I use a heavy axe like David. Mikkel continued. I'm good with spears, Fitch said. I use a long sword. I've been through scout training. Evelyn introduced herself. She was a little worried and added another sentence. Long swords were indeed very weak against Zergs. However, it was different for scouts. Scouts needed to be faster. I'm a shield Kaji, Louise said softly in embarrassment. Although it was a little weird for a female Kaji like Louise to be holding a large shield, it was normal when one thought about her innate talent. She could only unleash her innate talent with a large shield. Lunch passed as they ate and chatted. The lunchtime lasted for an hour. After that, they separated and went to their respective training rooms. David and Mikkel checked their training rooms. Mikkel was disappointed that he was not in the same training room as David. This meant that he and David were not the same Kaji mentor. David opened the map on his identity bracelet and found his training room according to the map. It was a training room of 100 square meters. The training armor and black ironwood heavy axe were placed at the side. However, it was strange that there were no other students in this training room, even though it was almost time. Kaji courses were taught in small classes. Normally, a Kaji mentor would teach 30 to 40 students. There would be at least 10 students. David was the only one in this training room. David suspected that he had entered the wrong training room. He checked again to make sure that there was no mistake. Just when David was doubting, the door of the training room opened. Master Leo walked in. Hey, Master David, you're already an advanced Kaji? Master Leo was surprised to see David. Just 3 months ago, David was still an intermediate Kaji. In just 3 months, David was already an advanced Kaji. Moreover, he was not just an advanced Kaji. I obtained some level 3 strengthened meat during the holidays. That's why my strength has increased a little. David answered honestly. Master David, I'm sorry. I wasn't able to put your student number first. Master Leo said to David apologetically. He was the person in charge of David's assessment. In his opinion, David was definitely the student with the most potential in this batch of students. He should definitely be number 1. However, the ranking of student numbers had strict rules. Master Leo felt that David was only given student number 4. He felt that it did not match David's strength. Especially when he saw that David's Kaji had reached advanced Kaji, he felt that student number 4 seriously did not match David's identity. Chapter 3:26. Master Leo, you are my mentor, Kaji. Where are the rest of the students in this class? David looked at the training room, where he was still the only student, and asked Master Leo, You are the only student I will be teaching this year. I hope that after learning from you, your mastery of the heavy axe will become stronger. Master Leo explained with a smile. The academy had special privileges for genius students. A heavy axe grandmaster, and a high-level one at that, was completely capable of crushing the other academies in some of the competitions. David looked at Master Leo and hesitated. He wondered if he should tell Master Leo that his heavy axe mastery had surpassed his opponent. Master David, let's test your skills. Master Leo picked up a training armor and threw it to David. He put on another piece of training armor and took out a black ironwood heavy axe. David put on the training armor. It was a multi-layered armor that reduced damage. It was aimed at the defense of unsharpened weapons. Since the training armor was just a simple armor, it did not have a power device like the exoskeleton armor. Therefore, It would not increase the strength in battle and reduce the damage in battle. Coupled with the black ironwood heavy axe in hand, it was impossible to be seriously injured in battle. Master Leo, my heavy axe mastery has become stronger recently. David reminded Master Leo with a black ironwood heavy axe in hand. I haven't met a worthy opponent in a long time. It's just the right time to fight. Master Leo's eyes lit up. His heavy axe mastery had reached the peak of the master rank. It was usually difficult to find a worthy opponent. At this time, when he heard David's words, he could not help but become more excited. David's heavy axe mastery was already very strong. He was definitely the best among his peers. Even some of the veteran heavy axe masters could not compare to him. During the last assessment, Master Leo could not hold back. He almost used all his strength to defeat David. Both of them were not wearing exoskeleton armor. They stood facing each other with a distance of 5 meters. The smile on Master Leo's face vanished. His eyes were filled with shock. David held the black ironwood heavy axe in his hand. His killing intent had long since disappeared, turning into a completely oppressive aura. Master Leo knew very well what the change from a murderous spirit to a more stable and vigorous oppressive spirit meant. It was a step forward in the control of one's own spirit. But what made Master Leo even more surprised was David's starting stance. As a veteran heavy axe master who had been teaching heavy axes for many years, just by looking at this starting stance, he understood that David's mastery of heavy axes had surpassed his own. Fight! Master Leo tossed aside the thoughts in his mind. Under David's mental pressure, he gave it his all and shouted. He didn't act like a normal teacher, where he waited for the students to attack before making his move. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. From this point alone, it could be seen that Master Leo no longer treated David as a teacher. Instead, he treated him as a powerhouse. David didn't hide his strength. This time, he didn't activate his two talents, extreme speed and power vibration. He was completely using his half-step perfect heavy axe mastery to fight with Master Leo. When Master Leo's heavy axe chopped down, David's almost flawless preparation posture had a flaw when he attacked. Of course, this flaw wasn't seen by masters of the same level as Master Leo. Only masters like David, who had touched the perfect level, could notice it. David's black ironwood heavy axe seemed to casually sweep out. At the same time, his body tilted slightly. Master Leo seemed to have sensed extreme danger. He didn't finish his move. Halfway through the downward, chopping momentum, he retreated with all his strength. Just as the battle started, Master Leo lost the initiative. David took 2 steps forward. The heavy axe in his hand swept out again as he moved forward. Master Leo's retreating body stiffened. He lowered the heavy axe in his hand and smiled bitterly. David's heavy axe stopped at Master Leo's waist. If this was a real battle, Master Leo would have been seriously injured or even dead. Master David, I lost, Master Leo said with some disappointment. Master Leo had always thought of himself as a genius. At least in the area of heavy axe mastery, he was an absolute genius. Although he wasn't able to become a transcendent, in the area of heavy axe mastery, he had the absolute confidence to face any genius. But today, in front of David, he was defeated without even being able to make a move. Master Leo was thoroughly defeated. David didn't even use his strength talent and had already won. Master David, with your current level of heavy axe mastery, I can't teach you. Master Leo threw away the thoughts in his mind and said helplessly, Master Leo, I've reached a bottleneck in my heavy axe mastery. I feel that I'm half a step away from breaking through the current bottleneck, but I don't know how to cross this half step. Is there any relevant record in the academy for me to refer to? David bowed to Master Leo and asked for guidance. Master David, you've reached an unimaginable level of heavy axe mastery. If I'm not wrong, it should be half a step to the perfect level of heavy axe mastery. In the history of the academy, there are indeed geniuses who have reached the perfect level of heavy axe mastery. There's also a perfect level heavy axe technique called the spirit severing heavy axe technique. This set of spirit-severing heavy axe technique requires 50,000 points to exchange. Moreover, it's hard to say whether or not it will help you improve your heavy axe mastery. Whether or not you want to exchange for it is up to you. Master Leo thought for a moment and replied. This was the first time that David heard that Kaji had reached the perfect level of heavy axe mastery. Before, he didn't have much confidence in improving his heavy axe mastery to the perfect level because he didn't know if the perfect level was just a legend. After receiving Master Leo's confirmation, David was full of confidence in improving his heavy axe mastery to the perfect level. Master Leo, did Kaji practice the spirit-severing heavy axe technique to the perfect level of heavy axe mastery? David asked again. Yes, and not just one. In the history of the Academy, there are a total of 3 heavy axe masters. Each of them was a monster that could suppress a generation of Kaji. Master Leo nodded and said, Heavy Axe Master. When David heard this title, he couldn't help but yearn for it. Although he was called invincible in the Kaji class, he was still far from the monster that Master Leo said could suppress a generation of Kaji. David's title of invincible in the Kaji class came more from the enemy's flattery. If he really met a weapon master, then David would definitely lose. Master David, with your current battle strength, you can start to complete the Academy's missions and accumulate points. Master Leo suggested. I heard that freshmen need to go through 3 months of study and pass the assessment to be able to accept the Academy's missions. Do freshmen like me have the qualifications to accept missions? David thought of the news he heard before and couldn't help but ask. With your basic education level, I'll help you find a few professors to tutor you. It won't be a problem for you to pass the basic assessment in half a month. Master Leo thought of David's academic results and said with a smile, I'm not worried about the cultural assessment. I've read the textbook today. The content is very simple. I could take the assessment now. David wasn't worried about the cultural assessment. As long as he could take the assessment in advance, he wanted to take it now. David's cultural courses had all reached the master level, which was the same level as the senior professors. There was no problem for him to pass the assessment. Master David, if you're sure, I'll arrange it for you immediately. Master Leo didn't doubt David's confidence. This kind of genius couldn't be measured by common sense. Then I'll have to trouble Master Leo. David hurriedly thanked him. David remained in the training room to train alone. Master Leo, on the other hand, was filled with excitement as he quickly left. He ran all the way to the office building of the soldier specialization. Master Leo didn't even want to wait for the elevator. He directly took the stairs and went up to the 9th floor. Director Barry, Master Leo shouted as he pushed open the door of the director's office. Leo, if there's anything, you should have knocked first. Director Barry was receiving a guest. He said helplessly when he saw Master Leo. The two were good friends, but Master Leo's behavior was rude in front of guests. I'm sorry, I was a little anxious. Master Leo hurriedly apologized. Director Barry, Master Leo, if you have something to say, please tell me first. I'll visit you later. The guest was very observant. When he saw Master Leo's anxious attitude, he knew there was something urgent. He stood up and said goodbye. Leo, what happened? Why did you chase my guest away? Director Barry waved his hand and asked Master Leo to sit down. I've asked the school to give Master David a basic knowledge test in advance. Master Leo said to Director Barry. That's it. Director Barry shook his head and said. He then continued. You seem to value Master David a lot, but you should know that the school's rules are not to be broken. The school had thousands of years of history. Many of the rules have been passed down through tens of generations of students. Changing the rules would put Director Barry under pressure from all sides. Director Barry still remembered David. Director Barry had used his authority to recruit David. The reason he used his authority to recruit David was because David had the ability and strength of a master axe. Unfortunately, David's Kaji was only at the intermediate level. Master David's axe mastery has reached half-step perfect. He's only half a step away from becoming a master axe master. Master Leo said excitedly. What? Director Barry stood up abruptly. He was shocked by the news. Director Barry paced back and forth in his office. He was thinking about the benefits this news would bring to the school. With half-step perfect mastery of a heavy axe, he could basically do whatever he wanted in the Kaji level. As long as David participated in the inter-school competition, he would definitely win. How much glory would this bring to the First Academy of Ilidia? How much resources would it bring? These were the most direct benefits. Not to mention, there were more hidden benefits. Once David became a master axe master, the school would be more attractive to the Kaji. It could even attract geniuses from other star fields. You want Master David to accept the mission as soon as possible so that he can exchange for the spirit-severing heavy axe technique. Director Barry asked. He knew what Master Leo was thinking. Yes, David is now an advanced Kaji. Not only does he need the spirit-severing heavy axe technique, he also needs more training resources. I'm sure he can pass the basic knowledge test. That's why I'm here. Master Leo nodded. No problem. I'll ask a few professors to come up with a test. We can let Master David take the test tomorrow. Unfortunately, the exchange system is controlled by the school's AI system. You need to have enough points to exchange for the technique. Director Barry said without hesitation. Director Barry had forgotten the rules he mentioned before. It didn't matter if the geniuses broke the rules. Then, can we give a special reward to this kind of monster? Master Leo asked, striking while the iron was hot. Leo, the most I can do is to use the portal 3 times for free. Director Barry pointed at Master Leo and laughed. I thank you on behalf of Master David. Master Leo said with satisfaction. Master Leo left the director's office in a hurry and returned to the training room. David was practicing his heavy axe technique. The air pressure in the training room seemed to have dropped. Master Leo could feel the pressure as he walked in. Master Leo looked at David's practice with envy. Although his heavy axe technique was only a little bit away from David's half-step perfect heavy axe technique, the gap between them was like an insurmountable chasm. Master David, you can take the basic knowledge test tomorrow morning. I've also helped you to use the portal 3 times for free. Master Leo said with a smile as he waited for David to finish his practice. Master Leo, I'm sorry to trouble you. David knew Master Leo had helped a lot, so he bowed and thanked him. He then asked in confusion, where is the portal? David knew that the nearest portal was very far away from Lunka Planet. Although it was expensive to use the portal, it was not worth Master Leo's effort. The portal in the Academy is not a normal portal. It's a single-person, directional, long-distance portal. Because the materials used to make it are extremely rare, only a few top academies have it. Our portal is connected to the Guardian Planet. There's a base in the Academy on the Guardian Planet. All the insectoid missions can be completed there. Without the opportunity to use the portal for free, a new student would need an entire semester of missions just to accumulate the right to use the portal. Director Barry only gave you 3 times for free to use the portal so that you can quickly accept the higher-paying insectoid missions. Master Leo explained with a smile. David was shocked. Of course, he knew about the Guardian Planet. It was an administrative planet very close to the battle planet. The Guardian Planet's environment was much worse than the Monolith Planet. The insectoids, there were very few rank 2 insectoids. On the Guardian Planet, there were many rank 2 insectoids and rank 1 insectoids everywhere. Sometimes there were even rank 3 insectoids. It was much more dangerous than the Monolith Planet. Chapter 327. On the 3rd day of school, it was almost time for class. All the students were already sitting in their seats, waiting for the professors to arrive. However, there were only 99 students in class today. As the student number 4, David naturally attracted a lot of attention. Everyone noticed that David wasn't in the classroom. Did David sleep in? We should have called him. Mikkel said softly as he looked outside the classroom. No way. To reach our level, who doesn't wake up early in the morning? If David was lazy, he wouldn't be this strong. Mike said as he shook his head. While they were talking about David, David was sitting in another classroom. David was the only student in the classroom, but there were 4 professors sitting in front of David. David, Director Barry arranged this test. We won't lower the difficulty on purpose. If you want to give up now, it's not too late. A professor with a white beard said in a deep voice. The four professors thought that David got in because of connections. Kaji students were famous for not liking cultural classes. Even though Dean Barry didn't seem to be implying anything when he gave the task to the four professors yesterday, the four professors still thought that it was an excuse for David to end his cultural studies class early. Therefore, the four professors had discussed last night to increase the difficulty of the test paper by 1 level so that David would run into a wall. I won't give up. Please start the test. David knew what the professor meant, so he insisted. Okay, I wish you good results. The professor glanced at David and said in a deep voice. Then, a screen appeared in front of David. There were 4 sets of test papers with a total of 16 pages. As soon as the test papers appeared, David started to answer without thinking. Seeing David's speed, the 4 professors looked at him with disdain. Then, they were surprised when they saw David's answers, especially when they saw that there was a trap for David. It didn't make things difficult for David at all. How could such a genius enter the soldier specialization? With such a solid foundation of knowledge, in the future, when he becomes a talent in the Federation's research, his contributions to the Federation will be greater than that of a soldier. As professors of the Academy, we have to make David recognize his own strengths. He should be doing research instead of fighting with weapons. Another professor agreed. Let's wait for David to finish the paper first. The white-bearded professor stopped the discussion among the other professors. His eyes flashed with determination. David answered the questions very quickly. Literature, 91% perfect. Mathematics, 86% perfect. General knowledge, 84% perfect. These 3 basic knowledge abilities had all reached the master level. His standards in each subject were not worse than the professors who came up with the questions. Of course, there were some questions that David had not studied before. For example, some knowledge about high-level Zergs. However, with David's current mental strength, he could remember these completely memorized content after reading it a few times last night. 4 professors, I'm done. David stood up and reported after answering the last question. David, you can go back first. We will mark the test papers as soon as possible. You will receive the results in the afternoon. The white-bearded professor said to David with a smile. At this moment, the white-bearded professor's attitude had obviously changed. This was because he had been watching David's answers. At least in the test papers that he was responsible for, there was not a single wrong answer. David bowed to the 4 professors and left the examination room. Because the 4 professors had increased the difficulty of this test and not the questions from the school's question bank, the 4 professors still had to mark it personally. There's no need to mark this test paper. I was watching David when he was answering the questions just now. There were no mistakes. The white-bearded professor said first. My test paper is the same. All correct. Mine is also correct. All correct. The 4 professors looked at each other. They were all excited to discover a genius. The difficulty of these questions was higher than what a university student should be able to answer. Some of the questions could not be answered by a university student, but David had clearly provided the most perfect answers. Let's go. Let's find Director Barry first. We must convince him. The white-bearded professor waved his hand and said, We can't let a genius like this be wasted on Kaji's major. He should be a research talent. A genius like this will soon produce results under my guidance. Why should he be under your guidance? He should be my student. The 4 professors didn't even ask David to change his major, but they had already started arguing about David's new major in teaching rights. They quarreled all the way to Director Barry's office. Hello, everyone. David's test is over. Did he pass? Director Barry saw the 4 professors and thought they were here to report on their work, so he asked with a smile. Director Barry, David shouldn't be in Kaji's major. He's a research talent. He should be in the lab, in the research institute. The white-bearded professor said loudly. Wait, so David's test results are very good? Director Barry was confused by the white-bearded professor's words. He thought for a moment and asked, Of course. Can you believe it? I added a question that I'm currently working on in the test, and David didn't even need to think about it. Letting a genius like this go to the battlefield is a waste of resources. This is a crime against the Federation. The white-bearded professor became more and more agitated as he spoke. In the interstellar era, the increase in education standards allowed most people to receive the education they needed. However, there were still very few geniuses who could reach the top. This number was even fewer than Kaji's. Among these geniuses, 99% of them were geniuses in a single subject. It was extremely rare to reach the top in multiple subjects. David, on the other hand, was only a freshman, yet he had mastered multiple subjects to the extreme. This kind of genius was the best research talent. But in reality, David's knowledge was only obtained from the soul of the shadow attendant. Unless there was a soul with more knowledge to absorb, his knowledge would remain at this level. Of course, David's 3 master-level abilities in literature, 91% perfect, mathematics, 86% perfect, and general, 84% perfect, were all obtained from the top experts in the industry who went to Glaze Blue for a vacation. Even if he didn't level up, it was enough for him to participate in research. However, doing research all day in a lab was not what David wanted. Director, I added a concept algorithm in the mathematics test. This is the most advanced field of mathematics. David also solved it without any difficulty. Do you know what this means? Our school may have a Federation mathematician. Another professor said, "Professors, I understand what you mean." But David still chose Kaji as his major, even though he scored full marks in literature during the college entrance exam. This is his own choice. Director Barry reminded. Director Barry didn't want David to change his major at all. Letting David do research and let a super strong Kaji with the title of Invincible Kaji sit in the office would not benefit Director Barry at all. Director Barry still hoped that David could help the school achieve a good ranking in the Federation's new student competition. He even hoped that David could bring glory to the school in various major competitions in the future. First place in the college entrance exam. I remember that David is the one who got first place in the college entrance exam. The white-bearded professor's eyes lit up. As professors, they didn't care about the ranking in the college entrance exam. If David didn't score full marks in the college entrance exam, they wouldn't even know about it. Director, we can't let a genius like him go to waste. One of the professors also said loudly, "All right, let's talk about this later." Since David's grades have passed, then his cultural class for this semester is over. Dean Barry was getting a headache from all the noise, so he waved his hand and said, "I'll go talk to the vice dean. If not, I'll go talk to the dean." The white-bearded professor knew that Director Barry wouldn't be able to make any progress, so he turned around and left. The other 3 professors also followed behind and left while yelling. Director Barry shook his head and started working on the optical computer in front of him. David had passed the basic knowledge exam, so he could accept missions at any time. After the morning class ended, the students who were about to go to the cafeteria saw Professor Marvel walk in. "Sorry to bother you all for a minute, but I have something to announce." Professor Marvel clapped his hands to signal the students to quiet down. After the students quieted down, he continued, "David passed the basic knowledge exam with flying colors this morning. His class for this semester is over." Professor Marvel's words lit up the atmosphere in the classroom. Every student here was a genius. After 2 days of studying, they deeply felt the difficulty of the university's knowledge. However, while the students were still thinking about how to work harder in the next few months to pass the final exam, their classmate David had already passed the exam. Some of the students also realized that they hadn't talked to David yet. At the very least, they wouldn't have many chances to meet him this semester. They might even be friends with David for half a day. David didn't go to the cafeteria. He was sitting in the 100 villa, looking at the information on his bracelet. First, David had passed the basic knowledge exam. Kaji's fighting ability had also been recognized by his mentor, Master Leo. He could accept missions at any time. Secondly, David's bracelet had an additional function. He could connect to the school's Skynet and check the mission system. David opened the mission system on his bracelet. The first College of Iridia logo appeared in front of him. As the logo disappeared, a mission list appeared. However, the missions on the list made David shake his head. First time joining an extracurricular club, reward 1 point. First time participating in 10 extracurricular club activities, reward 1 point. Joining the student union, reward 2 points. Assisting the cleaning robots in cleaning area A for a month, reward 3 points. The missions David saw were almost all missions with very low points. Although most of these missions could be completed easily, the amount of time and effort required was not proportional to the number of points. If he relied on these missions, he might not be able to complete the spirit-severing heavy axe technique until graduation. However, he quickly realized that these points were actually prepared by the school for the freshmen. During the 3 months of learning basic knowledge, the freshmen could integrate into the academy while learning and slowly accumulate a portion of points. This was because David saw in the shopping system that it required 500 points to use the portal. The freshmen would probably be able to accumulate 500 points in a year if they completed the missions one by one while improving their abilities. In addition, they would also be able to complete some internal missions within the school. David's points were no longer 0. He had received 2 additional rewards. One was the reward for completing the basic knowledge assessment, which was 20 points. The other was that Master Leo had approved his ability and allowed him to carry out combat missions, which was 50 points. The basic knowledge assessment could only be carried out after 3 months. The instructors did not have any restrictions on the assessment of a student's ability. It all depended on the student's ability. For students like Mike and Miles who were already strong, it was estimated that after 3 months of studying the basic knowledge, their mentors would pass them. For students who had not even reached Kaji's level, the process might take 1 or 2 years. Since Master Leo admitted that he could not teach David at all, David did not have any missions in the afternoon. He stayed in the mansion to prepare the supplies for his first trip to the Guardian planet. David bought himself 100 bottles of high-pressure nutrient solution through the shopping system. The nutrient solution did not taste good, but 1 bottle was enough to cover Kaji's daily consumption. David also replenished a small amount of gene repair fluid. Since his ability had reached advanced Kaji's level, he would no longer suffer any serious injuries while practicing advanced Kaji's physical skills. Correspondingly, the consumption of gene repair fluid had decreased by a lot. Other than that, David bought a large amount of fresh fruits, high-quality beef and mutton, 100 bottles of expensive red wine, a set of kitchen equipment, and the corresponding condiments. Of course, he also bought the latest model of the AI butler. David imported the chef's ability that he had previously copied into the AI butler system. These items took up all the remaining space in David's 3 storage items. He came from planet Monolith. The Guardian planet's environment was worse than planet Monolith's. The resources there were scarce. If he wanted to live a better life, it was best for him to prepare himself. Since the storage items were empty anyway, these resources were enough for David to stay on the Guardian planet for a while. As for the consumption of battle, David believed that there would be plenty of battle-related replenishment. David only had 70 points to exchange for items. It was not enough for him to exchange for anything, and David was not interested in anything that was less than 70 points. Chapter 328. David, you entered the cultural class without telling us. We were worried about you, Louise said as she looked at David with a judgmental gaze. It was dinner time. Mike, Miles, and the other 4 students came to David's villa. If it were not for Kaji's class in the afternoon, they would have come. I didn't expect it to be so soon. My mentor, Master Leo, applied for it for me. David quickly explained when he saw everyone looking at him. Gosh, your mentor is Master Leo. Miles exclaimed. He was also a heavy axe user, so he knew about Master Leo's reputation. He was one of the strongest mentors in the first college of Iridia. Miles had always wanted to be Master Leo's disciple. However, for some reason, Master Leo did not teach the top heavy axe students this time. David, what's your plan? Mike asked when he noticed David's. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Do you know about the Guardian Planet portal? David did not answer Mike's question immediately. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Of course I do. It's because of the Guardian Planet teleportation gate that the Academy's armored soldiers can fight against the insectoids directly. It's just that the teleportation points for the Guardian Planet teleportation gate are too high. Mike replied, I've taken a fancy to an advanced technique in the college, so I'm planning to go to the Guardian Planet for a mission. The points for missions in the college are too little. David revealed his plan. But where do you get the 500 points to use the Guardian Planet portal? Miles interrupted. The college gave me a chance to use the Guardian Planet portal. David did not hide anything. I'm so jealous of you. 500 points. Too bad you can't buy them with credits. Mike said like a tycoon. David, be careful when you reach the Guardian Planet. We should be able to go there in 3 months. We'll team up again then. Miles did not try to persuade David. Battles were something every Kaji had to go through. Although the Kaji squad had been created, the mission was to be completed on the Guardian Planet. So, the actual squad had to wait until everyone was on the Guardian Planet. Okay, I will wait for you. David nodded and said, David, if you encounter a good team over there, you can also join them. Don't worry about us. Without the help of Kaji's team, many missions would be impossible to complete. Fitch, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly spoke up. Mike glanced at Fei Chi. He did not object, but there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. That's right. We can't waste 3 months. There's a team that will bring you along. Don't hesitate. Miles nodded. David's spirit was very strong, so he could sense the difference in their attitudes. However, it was normal for Mike to be unhappy. It was David who had disrupted the original plan of forming a 6-man team. Since you are on the Guardian Planet, the villa here cannot accept challenges. That way, you can still retain the right to use the villa, Louise said with a smile as she thought about the right to use the A100 villa. David, on the other hand, did not care much about the villa. It was likely that President Canning would not have the opportunity to use the villa to cause trouble for David anytime soon. According to the rules, as long as David was on the Guardian Planet, the other students would not be able to challenge the villa's ownership. Of course, David could not stay on the Guardian Planet all the time. Staying on the Guardian Planet required points every day. In addition to that, he would need to return to the Academy every few months to recuperate. When he left, other than envy, the 5 students also felt a little disappointed. David's potential ranking was number 4. They had thought that David was about the same level as them. However, the truth was that David could have gone to the Guardian Planet 3 months earlier than them. On the morning of the 4th day of school, David went to look for Master Leo. Master David, are you ready to go to the Guardian Planet today? Master Leo looked at David and asked for confirmation. Yes, I'm ready. David nodded affirmatively. Try not to leave the Academy's territory when you're there to avoid danger. Also, try your best to complete the mission. Master Leo reminded him. However, he quickly reacted and said in a self-deprecating manner, I almost forgot that you came from the Monolith Planet. Your combat experience with the insectoids is not something that the other freshmen can compare to. I'll be careful. David accepted Master Leo's kindness. Master David, you'll see the Academy's most important facility soon. Master Leo said as he led David away. The two of them took the elevator and went deeper into the underground. The elevator only stopped after descending for 200 meters. David walked out of the elevator with his custom-made exoskeleton armor and weapons. What he saw was a real military fortification. The fortification was built with a special military alloy. Regardless of whether it was an attack from the outside or from the inside, one would have to break through the 6 paths of defense. David controlled the shadow attendant to go through one of the fortifications. He saw that there were several sets of heavy machine guns inside. Even the bullets were all rank 1 bullets. With such a defense system, a small number of Kaji would not be able to get close. No matter how many Kaji there were, they would not be able to break through the 6 paths of defense in a short period of time. This was only the fortification. After going through the 6 paths of defense, David saw 10 pinnacle Kaji and 2 weapon masters guarding the place. Master Leo, the defense here is so tight, David said in surprise. This is only on the surface. In reality, There's a transcendent watching over this place at all times. If there is a problem that cannot be solved, the transcendent will come and solve it immediately. Master Leo explained softly. David quickly looked around and saw many hidden surveillance cameras. Since it was David's first time here, he needed to go through an identity verification process here. This identity verification process was very important. The next time he teleported back, he would not be able to teleport without the verification process. This ensured the safety of the teleportation point and reduced the chances of it being used by others. After going through the defense zone of the 2 weapon masters and the 10 pinnacle Kaji, David and Master Leo entered the core area. David immediately saw the extremely complicated device in the middle. Most of the device's structure was glowing green, which meant that it was made of level 3 materials. Looking at the device that was 10 meters wide and tall, one could imagine how much level 3 materials were used. This is the fixed point teleportation gate. It can only allow you to pass through items that are no taller than 5 meters and no wider than 5 meters. You'll need to wear exoskeleton armor to withstand the pressure of the teleportation. Master Leo explained. David could feel the scanning waves in this area. He believed that if there was any problem, it would sound the alarm immediately. It made sense. This was the teleportation gate that led directly to the Guardian planet. If there was an accident and the bug tribe invaded from here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, it was normal to have strict defenses. Master Leo, I have a little pet. Can we teleport together? David suddenly thought of Little White on his wrist and quickly asked, Little pet? What pet? Master Leo looked at David and asked curiously. He did not see David with a pet. That's it. David raised his wrist to show Little White. Master Leo did not find it strange that David had a transcendent pet. He smiled and said, It's fine if it's a transcendent creature. Normal pets can't withstand the pressure of space. Many Kaji had pets. Although transcendent pets were rare, David was so powerful that having a small transcendent pet was nothing special. There were many transcendent creatures in the Federation. There were also professional merchants that sold transcendent creatures. However, as it was difficult for a transcendent creature to recognize an owner, a transcendent pet that could recognize an owner was very expensive. David put on the custom-made exoskeleton armor and walked into the portal with the weapon box in his hand. Please activate the identification bracelet. The mechanical voice sounded in David's exoskeleton armor channel. David activated the external authentication of the ID bracelet, and then a scanning light swept across the exoskeleton armor. The Academy's AI system began to compare David's identity and Little White's identity. Fortunately, Little White's combat power was not strong. In addition to its small body, the Academy's AI system did not reject Little White's participation in the teleportation. Most of the transcendent creatures were not strong compared to Kaji. Their special abilities were useless in front of the attack of grade weapons and the defense of the exoskeleton armor. Identity verified. Initiating teleportation. The mechanical voice sounded again. David quickly recalled the shadow attendant back into his body. He did not know if the shadow attendant would disappear if he was teleported a few star zones away from the shadow attendant. The interior of the portal was filled with white light. The white light enveloped David's body. Then, the white light exploded and David's figure disappeared into the portal. It seemed like 3 seconds had passed. Affected by the spatial energy, David could not accurately determine how much time had passed even with his super strong spirit. When he could see again, David saw a portal of the same style. Walking out of the portal, there were still many fortifications. David pushed open the last door and saw a gray sky. He looked around and saw that David was in a military fortress. Everyone was in a hurry. Just as David was surveying his surroundings, a slightly plump student walked over and greeted him with a smile. Student, you look like you've just arrived. I've never seen you before. Is this your first time here? Yes, this is my first time using the portal. Is this the Guardian planet? David nodded and replied. Student, my name is Cable. You can accept missions on your ID bracelet. For 5 points, I can explain the situation here to you. When a student named Cable heard that David was new, he quickly fiddled with his ID bracelet and said. David looked at his ID bracelet. A mission application popped up on it. The mission content was for Cable to explain the situation here to David and guide David on how to survive here. 5 points is too expensive. I'm a new student. I can only give you 1 point. David only had 70 points in total. He did not have a place to stay. These points would not be enough for him to stay here for long. Therefore, he wanted to save as much as possible. New student? I remember that new students have just entered the school. Cable said in disbelief when he heard David's words. David did not explain further. He immediately shared the information on his ID bracelet with Cable. Since you're a new student, 1 point it is. Cable said helplessly when he saw that it was really a new student. David did not hesitate. When he saw the modified mission application, he immediately accepted it. His remaining points were now 69 points. Student David, let me introduce you to this fortress. This is the Academy's branch on the Guardian planet. Most of the powerful students complete missions here in exchange for the corresponding resources to improve their strength. However, it's not easy to survive here. Everything here requires points to exchange, including food. Cable seemed to have touched a sore spot. His expression turned sour. Do I apply for a place to stay here or exchange it with points? David did not care about the food. He had already prepared a large amount of food. What he cared about was the place to stay. He still had 69 points left. He did not know how long he could stay here. The worst place to stay here costs 1 point a day. There's only 1 bedroom. You have to wash up in the public space. Cable replied. Then how do I accept missions? David continued to ask. All you have to do is connect your ID bracelet to the Skynet here. You can check the missions at any time. You're a new student. It's best if you choose a simple mission and find a Kaji team to join. That way, you can get through your newbie period smoothly. Cable explained. David activated his ID bracelet and connected to the Skynet. The original mission system had completely changed. It was now filled with mini combat missions. Complete corpse of a rank, 1 Zerg. 1 point. Complete corpse of a rank, 2 Zerg. 100 points. Complete corpse of a rank, 3 Zerg. 1,000 points. Real-time mission. There are 3 golden-plated Zergs at the specified coordinates. 200 points. There were many combat missions. Some of them had already been accepted, while others had no limit on the number of missions. For example, there was no limit to the number of Zerg's complete corpse mission. As long as the corpse was handed in, the corresponding points would be awarded. Student David, let me explain the mission to you. Real-time missions require accurate coordinates within a 200-kilometer radius of the Academy's fortress. The scanning device of the Academy's fortress has a range of 200 kilometers. As long as there are Zergs within this range, the scanning device will detect them. For example, this mission of there are 3 golden-plated Zergs at the specified coordinates will be detected by the scanning device. The coordinates will change according to the movement of the 3 golden-plated Zergs. When a golden-plated Zerg is killed, the mission reward will be given to the last person to kill Kaji. Also, if you can bring back the corpses of the golden-plated Zergs, you can also hand in the corpse of a rank, 2 Zerg, to receive the corresponding mission reward. Cable did not forget his mission and continued to explain to David. Chapter 329. For the sake of 1 point, Cable was very responsible. He led David to a place to stay. You can do it here. It's best if you buy enough days in one go. Otherwise, if you forget to pay 1 day, your room will be taken back, and you won't be able to take anything out. Cable explained as he pointed at the screen on the wall. They were on the first floor of the Academy's fortress. As there were no windows, even ventilation was done through the air circulation system. This type of room was the cheapest in the entire fortress. David scanned the screen with his ID bracelet. The screen showed the remaining empty rooms. There were as many as 500 rooms on this floor alone. Currently, there were less than 100 empty rooms. It was obvious that there were many students here. David randomly chose an empty room and paid 10 days' worth of points in advance. Cabell continued to follow David as he walked toward the room he had chosen. He opened the door with his ID bracelet. It was a small room about 10 square meters. Apart from a bed and a set of tables and chairs, there was no extra space. David frowned slightly. He had never stayed in a room with such a poor environment before. Fortunately, the snow-white sheets on the bed were very clean. The air circulation system also simulated the faint scent of nature in the room. "Cabell, is it safe here?" David asked as he looked at the alloy door that had no security system. There was only an ID lock. "Don't worry. The Academy's fortress is guarded by the Transcendent. In addition, there are some heavy defensive weapons. There won't be any problems here. Also, it's best if you don't leave the 200-kilometer radius of the base when carrying out your mission. If there's any danger within this range, you can send out a distress signal at any time. The students nearby will immediately come to your rescue. Once you leave this range, you won't be able to use the distress signal anymore," Cabell explained on behalf of David. "Thank you. I'm very satisfied with your help." David looked at the time and didn't ask any more questions. He immediately completed the mission with Cabell on his ID bracelet. "Student David, this is my ID bracelet number. You can contact me as long as you're within a 200-kilometer radius of the base. You can ask me if you have any questions. My fees are very low." Cabell looked at the mission completion message on his bracelet and waved goodbye to David with a smile on his face. After walking some distance away, Cabell turned back to look in David's direction with a look of reminiscence on his face. In the past, he was like David, filled with hope for this place. He thought that he could rely on his own strength to complete missions in this Academy fortress and become a powerful Kaji. However, reality was cruel. Many of his team members were injured, and because of his previous encounter with the insectoids, he was scared out of his wits. He no longer dared to step out of the Academy's fortress. The only thing that supported Cabell's decision to not return was his unwillingness. However, he was running out of points. This time, he had obtained 1 point, which would allow him to stay here for another day. "Let's hope you're lucky," Cabell muttered. David sat on a chair and looked at the small room. This kind of room made him very uncomfortable. There was no shower, no toilet, and he had to go to the public area to wash his face and brush his teeth. He did not want to wait any longer. He opened the mission system and checked it. The real-time mission of the 3 gold pincers beetles was still there, and David's interest was piqued. He recalled the information about the gold pincers beetles. The gold pincers beetle was a level 2 insectoid. Its biggest feature was the golden shell on the surface of its body. Other than a pair of giant pincers as its main means of attack, its teeth were also the largest among all level 2 insectoids. The gold pincers beetle was very valuable. If its golden shell was integrated into a white alloy, it would strengthen the alloy and give it a dazzling golden color. This made the gold pincers beetle's shell extremely popular. Its value far exceeded that of a normal level 2 insectoid shell. In addition, the gold pincers beetle's teeth were very large. This made it possible for it to drop more level 2 materials. Thinking of this, David did not hesitate. He took out the level 2 heavy axe and slung it on his back. After thinking for a while, he assembled a custom-made sniper rifle and wrapped it in a holster and fixed it on the back of the exoskeleton armor. After doing all this, David came out of the room and walked towards the exit of the Academy fortress. The closer he got to the exit, the more students there were. Every student was wearing an exoskeleton armor and holding a level 2 weapon. Almost 1/5 of them had level 2 weapons. It could be said that in terms of level 2 weapons, the students here had more level 2 weapons than the elite Kaji. At the same time, David also noticed that there was a huge difference in the strength of these students. The stronger David saw an advanced Kaji, while the weaker ones were only at the level of a beginner Kaji. However, this place had a liveliness and vitality that no other organization had. From the actions and language of the students, it could be seen that most of them enjoyed the atmosphere here. "Student David, this is the first time you leave the base. You can use the communication channel and the map for free for 1 day. If you want to continue using them after 1 day, you will need to spend 1 point per day. Do you want to activate it now? Just as David stepped out of the gate of the fortress, a mechanical voice sounded from the public channel of the exoskeleton armor. Activate. David agreed, while complaining that everything here required points. Immediately, a map appeared on David's helmet. It was a map with the Academy Fortress as the center and a 200-kilometer radius around it. David's position was also displayed on the map, and there were many red dots on the map. When one paid attention to the red dots, one would know the name of the Zerg. He also found the switch to the communication channel. As soon as he switched to the communication channel, he immediately heard a noisy voice. Group urgently needs big shield Kaji. Need to recruit a big shield Kaji. Minimum requirement. Intermediate Kaji, proficient shield mastery. Buying level 2 strengthen meat. Trading with credits. Interested parties PM me. Buying Zerg corpses of any level with credits. A large amount of information was transmitted from the communication channel as if it was a market. Most of the information was about using credits to buy resources or items that could be exchanged for credits. It was obvious that credits were in high demand here, and every student needed them. David changed the voice mode of the communication channel to text mode and displayed it on the corner of his helmet. He only needed to glance at it after a while to understand the general situation in the communication channel. David entered the coordinates of the gold pincer's beetle into the map. He immediately found the 3 red dots that were slightly larger than normal on the helmet. He noticed that they were the 3 gold pincer's beetles. The short wings on the back of David's custom-made exoskeleton armor spewed out energy, and his body flew into the sky. Just as he reached a height of 50 meters, he received a series of warnings. When he flew with the exoskeleton armor, many people looked at him with envy. This kind of exoskeleton armor that could fly was rare. Warning: you do not have the authority to fly above 50 meters. Repeated warnings are ineffective. You will be attacked by the defense system. The mechanical voice was extremely sharp this time. David quickly lowered his altitude and flew below 50 meters. The first college of Iridia's base was set up on the Guardian planet, and it was extremely risky, especially when it came to defense within a range of 200 kilometers. It was almost perfect. As long as there was any danger that the students could not handle, the defense system would attack first. At the same time, powerful instructors would deal with it. If even the instructors could not handle it, the Transcendent would take over. The first college of Iridia did not set up this base for war. It was to nurture the young Kaji students of the Kaji Academy. These young Kaji students needed an environment to grow up. If it was too dangerous, the young Kaji students would die before they could grow up. However, if it was too easy, the young Kaji students would not feel any pressure at all. Therefore, the college set up a 200-kilometer safe zone. Most of the students would only fight the Zergs in this relatively safe zone. On the other hand, the more powerful students could travel beyond the range of 200 kilometers to kill even more powerful insectoids. David, who was flying, saw many Kaji teams below him. They were fighting the Zergs with the standard coordination of 6 Kaji teams. Although these Kaji students were still immature, it was obvious that these Kaji students had a very solid foundation. David could tell from his experience as a weapon master that these Kaji students could be comparable to elite Kaji students given enough time. These were the talents of the Kaji students who had potential and future nurturing. The first college of Iridia enrolled all the geniuses in the star sector. Every student had a very high potential value. After 1 or 2 years of learning, these students could at least reach proficient weapon mastery. Some of the top geniuses could even reach proficient weapon mastery. It should be known that ordinary Kaji students would need at least a dozen years to reach proficient weapon mastery. This was the difference. As they got further away from the base, the students grew stronger. David had already seen many teams of advanced Kaji students with proficient weapon mastery. The strength of these Kaji teams surpassed the elite Kaji teams that David had encountered before. It was normal for the entire team to use rank 2 weapons. This also showed how wealthy these students were. David didn't care about the rank 1 Zerg below. unless he encountered a rank 1 Zerg with an extremely special ability. The rank 1 Zerg soul wouldn't be able to bring him much improvement. The coordinates of the 3 gold pincers beetles were 200 kilometers away from the base. David didn't take long to reach the coordinates. Below, 3 4-meter-tall gold pincers beetles were fighting with a team of Kaji. Barum, Enoch, attack a little. Smash open the outer shell of this gold pincers beetle. Cotton loudly ordered from the leader's seat of the Kaji team. Barum and Enoch both used rank 2 warhammers. Against this kind of Zerg that specialized in defense, a rank 2 warhammer's heavy blow could break through its defense more easily than other weapons. Of course, this also required many consecutive attacks. The team needed to strengthen their cooperation and create more opportunities for them. Manuel, use your shield to hold back the gold pincers beetle on the left. Ada will be in charge of assisting. Cohen and I will hold back the gold pincers beetle on the right. Captain Cotton continued to order. David saw that the Kaji team was already fighting with the gold pincers beetles. It wasn't good for him to interfere, so he could only land on the ground. This was a good opportunity to observe the gold pincers beetles' fighting style. Although he had learned about the gold pincers beetles from textbooks, being able to see them fight with his own eyes was also an expansion of his knowledge. Cotton also saw David. However, they were within 200 kilometers of each other. He didn't have to worry about anyone daring to cross the line. Besides, David was only one person. Cotton could sense that David was a high-rank Kaji from his aura. However, every Kaji in their team was a high-rank Kaji. Cotton was distracted bit by bit, allowing the gold pincers beetle's counterattack to almost injure him. This forced him to focus all his attention, no longer caring about David beside him. David watched the battle between the Kaji team and the gold pincers beetle for a while. He understood the gold pincers beetle's fighting style, and he could also see that it wasn't very likely for Cotton's Kaji team to kill 3 gold pincers beetles. The overall strength of Cotton's Kaji team was very strong. However, these 3 gold pincers beetles were extremely fierce. If there were only 2 gold pincers beetles, the Kaji team would have a high chance of dealing with them. However, 3 gold pincers beetles were clearly beyond the Kaji team's limit. If they continued to fight, they might even put the Kaji team in danger. Cotton was also anxious. According to past experience, a mission like dealing with 3 gold pincers beetles would always be dealt with by a few strong Kaji teams. Cotton was also planning to do the same. However, there were always unexpected situations. Due to the new students entering the school, some Kaji had returned to the school. Today, dozens of stone pincers beetles had appeared about 400 kilometers away. Stone pincers beetles were also rank 2 beetles. However, they had the weakest attack power. Although their defense was stronger, they were also the least dangerous. Because the stone-skinned worms were easier to kill, many powerful teams would rush over whenever they appeared. The corpse of a stone pincer beetle could be exchanged for 100 points. That group of stone pincers beetles was a huge amount of points. Cotton's Kaji team was also planning to go over. However, they left a little late. They just happened to see the real-time mission, so they came over to complete it. The reward for a real-time mission was very generous. If 2 or 3 groups of soldiers came over, it would be very easy to finish it. With 200 points distributed, and the value of the golden pincer's worm's corpse far exceeded 100 points, it would be a very rewarding mission. Hold on a little longer. I'm contacting the other teams. Cotton didn't want to give up. He shouted. Chapter 330. Barum's warhammer heavily smashed onto the gold pincer's beetle's outer shell, creating a crack on the left side of the beetle's carapace. Enoch followed up with a strike with his warhammer, wanting to expand on the battle results. However, he miscalculated the gold pincer's beetle's reaction after being injured. The gold pincer's beetle became even more enraged from the pain. It shrunk its body and darted forward, just in time to dodge Enoch's strike. At the same time, before Enoch could retract his force, one of its pincers swept heavily onto the side armor of Enoch's exoskeleton armor. Enoch's body was like a small ball that had been hit by a wooden club, flying straight away. "Enoch!" Barham cried out in shock. At this moment, the gold pincer's beetle switched its target to Barham. Barham was the true culprit who had injured it. "Retreat, hurry, and retreat. If it doesn't work, I'll call for reinforcements." Cotton ordered loudly. Cotton didn't want to call for reinforcements. Every time he called for reinforcements, he would collect 20% of the mission's reward. This was also a method the Academy used to prevent students from casually calling for reinforcements when they weren't in real danger. 200 points, plus the value of the 3 gold pincer's beetles. Once he called for reinforcements, their team's several days of hard work would all go to waste. Manuel held his large shield and blocked the gold pincer's beetle's attack for Barham. Because of this, he was simultaneously attacked by 2 gold pincer's beetles, spitting out blood from the corner of his mouth behind his helmet. Ada was the fastest. She went up and picked up Enoch, returning to the team. However, this slight delay also caused the team's retreat to be a step slower. Seeing that Kaji's team wanted to retreat, the 3 gold pincer's beetles weren't willing to give up. They let out a series of triumphant howls and madly attacked Kaji's team. Kaji's team could only adopt a full defensive stance and shrink their battle formation to the smallest possible size. However, doing so meant that they lost the possibility of leaving. Of course, if there wasn't a chance to call for reinforcements, Cotton wouldn't put all his team members in danger for the sake of a single comrade. This was taught in class, and as the commander, Cotton knew very well how to deal with it. According to the most correct method, when Kaji's team was in danger, the most appropriate thing to do was to take away the members who could move instead of sacrificing all the members to save them. Just as Cotton was about to call for help, David's figure rushed into the battlefield. "Student, can you let me have this real-time mission?" David asked Cotton. When Cotton heard David's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't quite understand what David meant. "Don't joke around. We don't have time to talk to you," Barham shouted angrily. He then turned to Cotton and said, "Enoch needs immediate treatment. Captain, let's give up on the mission and call for backup." "We'll give up on the mission." Cotton nodded. When David heard that Cotton was giving up on the mission, his figure flashed and appeared in front of a gold pincer's beetle. The grade 2 heavy axe in his hand chopped down at the gold pincer's beetle's neck. The gold pincer's beetle was attacking Kaji's team when it instinctively sensed danger. It wanted to block with its pincers, but its movements were still too slow. The grade 2 heavy axe in David's hand had already landed on the gold pincer's beetle's neck joint. This attack opened up a long crack at the gold pincer's beetle's neck joint, but it didn't cause any fatal damage. To be able to cause such damage with a single attack was already the result of David's perfect strength exertion. It was only with the addition of half-step perfect heavy axe mastery and high-tier Kaji strength that he could cause such damage. However, this was also within David's expectations. He had already predicted that the grade 2 heavy axe wouldn't be able to completely break through the gold pincer's beetle's defense. Even if it hit the weakest spot of the gold pincer's beetle, the result would still be the same. He put away the grade 2 heavy axe in his hand and turned his body in a circle, just in time to avoid the gold pincer's beetle's attack. He then used the heavy axe to hit the gold pincer's beetle's injured spot. This second attack completely broke the gold pincer's beetle's carapace and caused a very deep wound. The gold pincer's beetle's vitality was very strong. This attack would have been fatal to other creatures, but it still had the strength to attack David again. David's body was like a folded object, and he easily dodged the gold pincer's beetle's attack. The grade 2 heavy axe in his hand finished charging, and he heavily chopped down. This time, the attack directly cut open the neck of the gold pincer's beetle, leaving only a part of its skin connected to its body. The gold pincer's beetle fell to the ground with a loud bang. It had only been 2 seconds since David attacked, and he had already killed a gold pincer's beetle. Seeing that their companion was killed, the 2 gold pincer's beetles gave up on their target and rushed towards David. Cotton stopped calling for help, and his companion beside him also stared at David blankly. It was hard to believe that a gold pincers beetle had fallen in just 2 seconds. David didn't hide his strength this time, and he activated both his extreme speed and strength shock talent at the same time. The 2 gold pincers beetle's attacks missed due to David's sudden increase in speed. David didn't retreat, but instead, he rushed towards one of the gold pincers beetle. It was extremely dangerous to get close to an insect at any time. With the gold pincers beetle's powerful body, no matter which part of David's body it hit, David would be heavily injured. Even the grade 3 exoskeleton armor wouldn't be able to block the shock from the impact. However, David still managed to get close to the golden pincers beetle. The moment he got close, he kicked the beetle with his foot. The shockwave of power was transmitted into the body of the gold pincers beetle, but it had very little effect on the gold pincers beetle. It only made its body pause for a moment. However, David only needed this moment to sweep the grade 2 heavy axe in his hand across the gold pincers beetle's abdomen, and a long wound appeared. The abdomen was one of the gold pincers beetle's few weak points, but it wasn't fatal. Green blood flowed out of the gold pincers beetle's abdomen, and its body started to twist crazily. The pain was too much for it to bear. David didn't chase after this gold pincers beetle. Instead, he dodged the attack of the last gold pincers beetle and took the initiative to rush towards it. The grade 2 heavy axe accurately hit the gold pincers beetle's neck as if it had a navigation system. Under the effect of the strength shock, the gold pincers beetle's body paused for a moment, and the pain from its neck stimulated it to expel the strength shock from its body. David's extreme speed made him even faster. His second attack accurately hit the same spot when the gold pincers beetle regained control of its body. Then came the third attack, and half of the gold pincers beetle's neck was cut open. It could only struggle on the ground helplessly. The gold pincers beetle's death was inevitable, but David didn't finish it off. The second gold pincers beetle only suffered an injury to its abdomen, but it didn't completely lose its ability to fight. David's steps flashed, and his body appeared beside the second gold pincers beetle like a ghost. He lightly tapped his feet and landed on the back of the gold pincers beetle. During the process, David raised the grade 2 heavy axe up high, and when he jumped on the back of the gold pincers beetle, he finished the charging process. The gold pincers beetle was already injured, and when David jumped on its back, the pain in its abdomen slowed it down, allowing David to complete the first attack. The grade 2 heavy axe was swung down heavily, and its target was the back of the gold pincers beetle's neck. This position was hard to target in a normal battle, but the gold pincers beetle's abdomen was injured, so it was exposed. This position was protected by a thick golden shell, but underneath it was the most important part, the spine. The rank 2 heavy axe broke through the golden shell, but David's attack direction was very clever. The rank 2 heavy axe did not cut into the spine, but cut into the soft tissue between the 2 vertebrae, directly destroying the spine of the golden pincers worm. David's attack direction was very clever. The rank 2 heavy axe did not cut into the spine, but cut into the soft tissue between the 2 vertebrae, directly destroying the spinal cord of the golden pincers worm. No matter how strong the gold pincers beetle's vitality and recovery ability were, it couldn't heal the spinal cord in a short period of time. So David used this attack to make the gold pincers beetle lose its ability to move. The moment the gold pincers beetle fell to the ground, David didn't stop attacking. After 3 consecutive attacks, the gold pincers beetle's head was almost completely cut open. Feeling the joy of the shadow attendant, the 3 souls were absorbed into the shadow attendant's body. David shook off the green blood on the grade 2 heavy axe. He was very dissatisfied with the weapon. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to expose the grade 3 heavy axe and cause unnecessary trouble, this battle would have been much easier. As the 3 gold pincers beetles fell to the ground, his identity bracelet vibrated slightly, and his mask showed that he received 200 points. "My name is Cotton. I'm the team leader. May I know your name?" Cotton saw that he was saved and quickly bowed to thank him. "I'm David, a freshman this year." David replied as he put the heavy axe on his back. Cotton's eyes narrowed. With such a strong combat power, he was able to kill 3 gold pincers beetles in less than 10 seconds. Although Kaji's team attracted the attention of the gold pincers beetles, David's strength was unquestionable. And such a strong person like Kaji was only a freshman. This reflected many things. First of all, points couldn't be traded. Freshmen couldn't get 500 teleportation points, and with the mission at Lunka Star Academy, getting 5 points wasn't something that could be done in a short time. In history, the fastest student to get 500 points took 3 months to get 500 points. This meant that the Academy valued David a lot, and David's teleportation points should be the Academy's reward. Secondly, David's combat power as a freshman was enough to rank him as the top Kaji in the Academy. David's future achievements would be terrifying. So even though Cotton had some thoughts about the 3 gold pincers beetles, he didn't show it. One of my teammates is injured and needs to return to the base immediately. Since the rest of us are empty-handed, we can help you bring the 3 gold pincers beetles back to the base to repay you for saving our lives. Cotton offered. Sorry to trouble you. David didn't refuse. He was also worried about how to bring the 3 gold pincers beetles back. Now that his portal item was full of things, even if it was empty, David wouldn't risk exposing his ability to use portal items. He put the 3 gold pincers beetles into his portal item. It's no trouble. This is what we should do, Cotton said as he picked up a gold pincers beetle's body. The other 2 companions also grabbed a gold-plated pincer worm's carcass each. Since they were wearing exoskeleton armors, even though the carcass of the gold-plated pincer worm was big and heavy, they were still able to lift it up easily. On the way back, David didn't fly. He followed behind Cotton and quickly ran back to the base. 10 minutes later, they returned to the base. Ada and Manuel took the injured Enoch for treatment, while Cotton, Barham, and Cohen each carried a gold pincers beetle's body. They waited for David's guidance as to where to put the gold pincers beetle's body. David was also hesitating. His room was out of the question. It was barely enough space for him to sleep in. Student David, you don't have a fixed way to deal with your spoils, right? Do you want me to introduce you? Cotton immediately recommended, remembering that David was new. Great. I was just worried. David agreed with a smile. Cotton carried the gold pincers beetle's body and led the way in front. David looked at the map. They were heading towards the trading zone. To David's surprise, the trading zone wasn't as dominated by students as he had imagined. The trading zone was filled with shops of large companies and enterprises. If it wasn't for the fact that they were selling battle-related items and training resources, or buying insectoid corpses or parts, David would have thought that he was in the trading zone of Lunka Planet. The large companies here are very good at lowering prices. I'll take you to a friend of mine. His shop is very generous. Cotton didn't want his goodwill to turn into misdirection, so he explained as they walked. In the corner of the trading zone, Cotton and the others walked into an inconspicuous shop. The name of the shop was very ordinary. It was called a grocery store. Cotton, did you hit the jackpot? They heard a greeting as soon as they entered the shop. These aren't mine. The 3 gold pincers beetle corpses all belong to this classmate of mine. Give me a suitable price. Cotton threw the gold pincers beetle's body on the ground. He then turned to David and said, David, this shop has the right to buy points from the Academy, so you can choose between credits or points. I still recommend points. Credits don't matter much here. Only points are the most important. I need points. David obviously wouldn't choose credits. He had so many credits that he couldn't use them all. Chapter 331. Mr. David will be leaving first. You could trade with Mr. David. Cotton had no intention of staying behind to trade. He still had injured teammates, so he left with his 2 teammates after saying goodbye. David's attention was drawn to the carcasses of the golden pincers beetles on the ground. He examined the carcasses for a while and then looked up at David. Mr. David, it's rare to see such well-preserved carcasses of golden pincers beetles. These 2 golden pincers beetles only have large wounds on their necks, and this one only has an additional wound on its abdomen. The rest are all small wounds. This greatly increases the value of these carcasses. David said very straightforwardly. He didn't seem like a businessman at all. He didn't lower his evaluation of the carcasses just to lower the price. Mr. David, how many points do you think these carcasses can sell for? David didn't know how to do business, but his mind was very sensitive to other people's attitudes. This is our first time trading. I'll give you 450 points for these 3 gold pincers beetles. If you agree, we'll trade right away. David obviously liked the 3 gold pincers beetles very much, so he offered a very high price. David naturally wouldn't refuse. This price was much higher than what he had in mind. David signed a purchase contract with David through his identity bracelet. This was to make the trade legal. It was also a necessary procedure to use points to settle trade. When David saw that 450 points had been transferred to his account, his points had increased to 709. He finally felt that he wasn't in such a tight spot anymore. With the points, David began to look around the shop. Unexpectedly, this remote shop also sold rank 2 weapons. Of course, rank 2 weapons weren't sold with credits, but with points. The rank 2 weapons here range from cheap rank 2 longswords to expensive rank 2 warhammers. Mr. David, if there's anything you like, just tell me. I can guarantee that every weapon here is flawless. Most of the weapons here were made by me. I can sell them to you at a 10% discount, as long as you send good stuff like this to me in the future. David put away the golden pincer worm's body and said with a smile when he saw David's expression. David knew very well what it meant to be able to kill 3 golden pincers beetles and leave only a few wounds on them. In addition, Cotton had personally delivered the corpses of the 3 golden pincers beetles. For someone as proud as Cotton to have such an attitude, it meant that David was definitely very powerful. Therefore, he wanted to strengthen his cooperation with David. He didn't want to just make a deal like this. Instead, he wanted more Zerg corpses from David in the future. Mr. David, can you customize weapons here? David asked when he heard that most of the weapons here were made by himself. Of course. I graduated from the academy too, but I chose to specialize in weapon forging. Dave replied with a smile. Then can I customize some level 1 bullets? David asked. I have a stock of level 1 bullets. You're also a sniper, Kaji. David exclaimed when he saw the holster on David's back. The wounds on the golden pincers beetle's body were caused by a heavy axe, which meant that David was very good at using heavy axes. However, it was even rarer for Kaji to be a sniper at the same time. It wasn't that Kaji didn't have dual-wielding skills, but it would never happen among the students in the academy. Dual-wielding skills required double the time to practice, and students didn't have the time and energy to do so. Instead of wasting time, it was more practical for students to master and strengthen a weapon. No, the level 1 bullets I need are a bit special. I'll send you the size. David said as he sent the large caliber sniper bullet blueprint to David through his ID bracelet. David received the blueprint from his ID bracelet and opened it to take a look. His expression changed immediately. As a weapon forging master, David had a lot of knowledge. He had learned a lot of forging knowledge from the academy, and he had also come into contact with Kaji from all over the world when he opened his shop, so he knew a lot of rare equipment. Although he only had a bullet blueprint in his hand, and it wasn't complicated to make, David couldn't believe that this was a request from the student opposite him. Only a sniper master could use such a high-caliber sniper bullet. Student, these are bullets for a large-caliber sniper rifle. Are you sure you want to customize them for yourself? David reminded him seriously. That's right. I need to customize a large-caliber sniper rifle bullet. I need 500 level 1 bullets. How many credits do I need? David confirmed his request again. David's customized large-caliber sniper rifle had a lot of bullets, but they were all level 1 and above. There were no level 1 bullets. In this environment, there were many level 1 Zergs. If David used level 2 bullets to attack level 1 Zergs, even if he was rich, he would feel like he was losing out. Student, I'll need to remake the mold. I've never made such a large-caliber sniper rifle bullet before. The first batch of 500 level 1 bullets will cost 5,000 credits each. According to the 10% discount we agreed on, it'll be a total of 2,250,000 credits. David said, a little embarrassed. The price of level 1 bullets was definitely high, but he had no choice. He had to include the cost of the mold. If you go to the Noto equipment shop over there, the same 500 level 1 bullets will only cost half the price. They have ready-made molds for you. David continued. David looked at David. He finally understood why there were so few people in this shop, even though David's craftsmanship was obviously good. David was actually introducing other shops to David so that he could reduce his spending. Mr. David, I'll be customizing large-caliber sniper rifle bullets in the future. I've seen the level of weapons you've made, and I believe in your skills. I'll customize sniper rifle bullets here. I only hope that you can keep the fact that I'm making sniper rifle bullets a secret. David said with a smile. To the current David, 2,250,000 credits were insignificant. What he valued more was David's integrity. Besides, David's skills were indeed good, so he felt more at ease about customizing sniper rifle bullets here. Student, don't worry. I'm very careful about the privacy of my customers. As for the price, I'll just order another 500 large-caliber sniper rifle bullets for you next time. It'll only cost 1 million credits. David promised, patting his chest. David paid the credits and signed an agreement with David. He made an appointment to collect the bullets the next day before leaving David's shop. He did not return to his residence. Instead, he took the elevator to the top floor of the fortress. This was the best dormitory area in the fortress. On the screen on the wall, David saw the information of this place. There were still 15 empty dormitories. David booked a dormitory for 10 days. The daily credit was 20 points, so he spent 200 points. He was prepared to give up on the room that cost 1 point per day. Although he had lost 10 points, he did not care anymore. It was not that David was being wasteful. After some research, he found that the natural food in the fortress required points to purchase. Only the nutrient solution could be purchased with credits. Among the dormitories here, only the top-floor dormitories were equipped with kitchens. After all, this was a paramilitary facility. The requirements for living conditions were not high. The academy did not want the students to live too comfortably here. Of course, one of the reasons was that it was difficult to transport natural food. This place was not like the monolith star where ordinary spaceships could fly freely. In the sky of the Guardian planet, there were often level 2 and even level 3 flying insectoids. This made it extremely dangerous for non-battleships to fly in the sky. It also increased the cost of transporting materials by spaceships. The environment of the Guardian planet did not allow for large-scale planting of vegetables and fruits. It was also impossible to breed carnivores. Therefore, every piece of natural food here was precious. The Guardian planet also had cheap food, which was level 1 strengthened meat. It only cost 1,000 credits to purchase level 1 strengthened meat here. A large amount of level 1 strengthened meat was produced every day. Not only could the quantity be used for the students' cultivation at a low price, but could also be transported back to the academy and become a resource for the academy. He walked into the newly booked dormitory. It was a suite with a living room, bedroom, dining room, bathroom, and kitchen. Although it was not luxurious, it was well equipped. David asked the shadow attendant to release the AI butler from his storage item. He then took out some ingredients from his storage item and filled the refrigerator in the kitchen. After the AI butler was activated, it started to work automatically. It cleaned the entire dormitory inside and out, then cleaned up the ingredients and made an exquisite lunch. After half a day, David learned a little about this base from Cabell's introduction and his own observation outside the base. It was different from what he had expected. The mission system here was not the best way to accumulate points. In other words, the base's mission system was not suitable for a powerful Kaji like David. From the map that David had purchased, he could see that most of the level 1 insectoids within a 200-kilometer radius were level 2 insectoids. Usually, when a level 2 insectoid entered the 200-kilometer radius, a real-time mission would appear. The mission was to attract Kaji's team with more points to eliminate the insectoids. However, real-time missions were rare. If he were to complete the mission to retrieve the level 1 insectoid's corpse, he would not be able to use his storage item. Even if he could, his storage item would be filled with daily necessities, and he would not be able to use it. A level 1 insectoid's corpse would cost 1 point to retrieve, while a level 2 insectoid's corpse would cost 100 points. Therefore, David needed to plan a new way to earn points. His custom-made exoskeleton armor could fly, which was a great advantage in terms of speed. He could leave the 200-kilometer safe zone to kill level 2 insectoids and sell their corpses to accumulate points. However, when he thought about how he would need to accumulate 50,000 points, David felt a headache coming on. In fact, the spirit-severing heavy axe technique provided by the Academy was not expensive at all. A technique of this level was already the best technique in the Federation. Not every organization had a top-level technique. There were very few organizations that could provide such a technique. Even in a large organization with a top-level technique, Kaji would not be able to come into contact with it without decades of contributions and loyalty. Under normal circumstances, a top genius in the Academy would need at least 2 to 3 years to progress from basic weapon mastery to peak weapon mastery. That would be enough time to accumulate 50,000 points. That was the benefit of the Academy. The Academy focused on nurturing talents with a perfect system and the support of the Federation. They did not ask for much from the students and allowed the geniuses to receive the best resources. After lunch, David put on his custom-made exoskeleton armor and left the base. David had a lot of freedom in the base. None of the Academy's teachers came to look for him. This had something to do with David himself. No one would have thought that a new student from the Academy would enter the Guardian Planet within 2 days of the start of the semester. It should be noted that the strongest geniuses among the new students would need at least 3 months to be able to come to the Guardian Planet. Therefore, the teachers who were supposed to be in charge of the new students' lives and battles on the Guardian Planet had yet to be assigned to the Academy. David was currently in a carefree state. He had completed his basic knowledge assessment and combat strength certification at the Academy. However, there were no teachers to take over his work at the base. Due to his overwhelming strength, Master Leo had forgotten about the arrangement for David to come to the Guardian Planet. In Master Leo's opinion, a weapon master who is even stronger than him would not have any trouble on the Guardian Planet. David flew at a low altitude after leaving the base. He did not prepare for battle in the afternoon. Instead, he was going to complete the map around him. After flying for 200 kilometers, he felt the scanning energy disappear. This meant that he had left the base's scanning area and was now outside the Academy's safe zone. David concealed his aura completely. This was the ability of Sniper Master. Even if the enemy passed by a Sniper Master who was in stealth mode, they would not be able to sense him through his aura. There were no plants, water, or life on the ground. The only thing that existed was sand and rocks. The environment there was very complicated. There were many giant craters left behind by the space weapons in the past. Within 200 kilometers of the Academy's base, these giant craters would have been repaired and backfilled by the Academy. However, they could not be repaired outside the safe zone. David turned the scanning device on his custom-made exoskeleton armor to the maximum. He had to constantly check his position to ensure the accuracy of the scanning. It was the hottest time of the year. The custom-made exoskeleton armor isolated the heat from the outside. It was also because of the heat that the Zergs had hidden themselves. This allowed David to fly at a low altitude without being harassed by the Zergs. Chapter 332. The Academy base had some restrictions when it came to topographic maps. It was not that they did not have a detailed map that covered more than 200 kilometers, but for the safety of most of the students, the Academy base did not make this part of the map available to the ordinary students. According to the Academy's rules, a new student like David would need to be guided by an instructor to get used to the environment after arriving at the Guardian Planet. This period could range from a few months to a few years, and they would be given the corresponding authority according to the instructor's evaluation. David did not have this privilege, so he could only scan the map bit by bit with his exoskeleton armor. 1 kilometer away from the safe zone, David flew 20 meters in the air, and below him was a deep pit. He did not see any insectoids, and even the exoskeleton armor scanning device did not detect any insectoids. But his spirit was telling him that it was not peaceful down there. Therefore, David sent out the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant flew to the ground, and there were no insectoids in the pit. David controlled the shadow attendant to continue downward. When it was about 3 meters below the ground, the shadow attendant found a tunnel dug out from the ground, and there were vibrating flying ants lined up densely in it. David recognized the vibrating flying ant from the textbook knowledge he had read in the academy. The vibrating flying ant was not strong and was only a level 1 insectoid. However, the vibrating flying ants were one of the few insectoids that could fly. The vibrating flying ants were a type of insectoid that lived in groups. They used their large numbers to make up for their lack of combat power. In addition to their ability to fly for a short period of time, they were much harder to deal with compared to most rank 1 insectoids. The vibrating flying ants were extremely sensitive to sound, and they would attack as soon as the ground vibrated. David made a mark on the map. Of course, he knew that with the characteristics of the insectoids, this was probably just a temporary nest. He did not plan to clean up this place, as it was not something he was good at. He did not have the confidence to deal with more than 3,000 vibrating flying ants at the same time. David flew over the pit quietly and headed further away. In the next 10 kilometers, he also discovered some patterns. Almost every crater left behind by the space weapons had a large number of zergs in it. On the flatter ground, there were fewer insectoids. David did not travel with the experienced students, or they would have told David about their experience. The holes in the ground were left behind by space weapons, and they were a rare source of food for the Zerg. Compared to other places that were poor in energy, the energy in the pits was very beneficial to the insectoids. Therefore, the students who went out on missions knew that they should not go near the pits carelessly, as they were very likely to be fatal dangers. While David was summarizing his experience, he instinctively increased the power of the short wings on his back, causing his body to suddenly accelerate. Then, a huge beam of energy rose from the ground, passed through his body shadow, and shot into the sky. Damn it, it's the exploding ejector. David's body reacted to the danger much earlier than his brain. At the same time, he also identified the type of Zerg that used this attack. He did not stay in the sky. Instead, he quickly descended and landed on the ground. The exploding ejector was a level 2 insectoid that Kaji did not want to encounter. It was the natural enemy of hover cars. Hover cars that flew at low altitudes would have a hard time dodging the exploding ejector's sudden attack. The exploding ejector's body was able to compress energy into an extremely powerful compressed energy. When it encountered an enemy, it would release this compressed energy in the form of an energy beam. The most disgusting thing about the exploding ejector was not its attack method, but the moment it was killed, the compressed energy in its body would go out of control and explode. Under normal circumstances, after Akaji encountered an exploding ejector, he would not gain anything after a tough battle. He would even be injured by the exploding ejector. Therefore, almost no Kaji was willing to take the initiative to provoke the exploding ejector. Of course, the exploding ejector also had a natural enemy, and that was the Kaji. As soon as David landed, he immediately ran toward his sniping spot. As he ran, the sand on the ground parted. A giant embedded worm seemed to have been alerted by David's footsteps and wanted to ambush David. However, the giant embedded worm had only half of its body exposed from the ground when David swept its head with his level 2 heavy axe. David did not even stop his footsteps. After reaching the sniping spot, David took out the custom-made large-caliber sniper rifle from his back and fixed it on the ground. He also got into a prone sniping position. The shadow attendant was now 40 meters above his head and acted as his eyes. The ground in the distance trembled. The exploding ejector's 5-meter-tall body was very eye-catching, especially its abdomen. It was flickering with a faint blue light. That was where its energy was compressed. After the exploding ejector forced its target to the ground, it immediately chased after it excitedly. For a powerful level 2 insectoid, replenishing energy was a constant need. The Krypton in Kaji's exoskeleton armor was a fatal temptation to it. Not to mention, Kaji's body was also a great supplement for the insectoid. The terrain here was a little complicated, so David could not directly observe the exploding ejector from his position. He could only check the situation of the exploding ejector through the shadow attendant. The exploding ejector was about 2 kilometers away from David. The exploding ejector's huge body did not affect its speed, and the distance between them was quickly closing. David casually turned on the sound isolation device and prepared the large-caliber sniper rifle to fire at any time. The exploding ejector appeared in the scope. First, it was the head. David was not in a hurry to kill it. Instead, he continued to wait. After that, the exploding ejector's body and abdomen were exposed to the scope. At this time, the distance between the exploding ejector and David was only about 1 kilometer. The body of the custom-made, super-large caliber sniper rifle suddenly trembled, and a second-grade sniper bullet was fired from a barrel. The level 2 sniper bullet flew over 1 kilometer at extreme speed. It was almost instantaneous. The bullet flew into the exploding ejector's abdomen and accurately hit the energy transmission tube in its abdomen. The exploding ejector's hard outer shell could not withstand the attack of the large-caliber sniper rifle. When it felt the sharp pain in its abdomen, it also lost the ability to transfer the compressed energy in its abdomen. The only thing it could do now was to desperately control the flow of energy from its abdomen and prevent the compressed energy from exploding. Although the exploding ejector would automatically detonate the compressed energy when it died, it did not mean that it would automatically detonate the compressed energy when it was still alive. On the contrary, it was trying its best to control the flow of compressed energy. David did not continue to attack. He was waiting. At this time, the exploding ejector did not charge in his direction. Instead, it stopped in place and controlled the compressed energy in its abdomen. A large amount of compressed energy gushed out from the wound in its abdomen. The air was filled with a strange barbecue smell. This was the result of the compressed energy burning the wound. With the powerful recovery ability of the level 2 exploding ejector, this kind of wound should be able to recover in a short time. However, due to the leakage of the compressed energy, the wound could not be healed at all. The blue light on the exploding ejector's abdomen was getting weaker and weaker. It showed that there was not much compressed energy left. David's eyes had a hint of pride. This attack was the first time he had used the knowledge he had learned. According to the normal way of dealing with the exploding ejector bug, David should have shot the abdomen of the exploding ejector bug and detonate the compressed energy in its abdomen. However, this way, he would not be able to get the exploding ejector bug's body. This was unacceptable for David, who had just used up 200 points and was working hard to accumulate points. Therefore, he chose a more difficult way of sniping. Attacking a moving, exploding ejector bug at a distance of 1,000 meters was easy. Most of the Kaji bugs could do this. However, attacking a moving, exploding ejector bug's abdomen at a distance of 1,000 meters was not something most of the Kaji bugs could do. This required a very familiar body structure of the exploding ejector bug, a sniper rifle that could penetrate the exploding ejector bug in one shot, and a strong sniping ability. The exploding ejector bug that had lost its compressed energy let out a howl in David's direction. It was like a provocation, but also like it was expressing its anger. David put the custom-made super large caliber sniper rifle back on his back. With a wave of his hand, the shadow attendant took out the level 3 heavy axe from the space ring and appeared in his hand. David exerted force in his legs and rushed towards the exploding ejector bug. Although it had lost its compressed energy, the exploding ejector bug was still a level 2 bug with extremely strong close combat ability. Therefore, when it saw David rushing towards it, the exploding ejector bug became excited. It wanted to use the cruelest way to torture this enemy who had destroyed its long-range attack. Facing a level 2 bug, David did not have the slightest intention of hiding his strength. His extreme speed and strength shock talents were fully activated. The short wings on the back of the custom-made exoskeleton armor also shot out energy at the same time, causing David's charging speed to greatly increase. At a distance of 1,000 meters, David only lightly touched the ground every 100 meters. The rest of the time, his entire body was charging close to the ground. The exploding ejector bug also stopped howling. It also felt that its enemy was different. This speed was considered extremely fast, even among the bugs. The exploding ejector bug's forelimbs were ready to attack. Its entire body was in a state where it could be triggered at any moment. It was only waiting for David's arrival. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. David could clearly see the ugly and ferocious face of the exploding ejector bug, as well as its indifferent eyes. At the last 100 meters, the exploding ejector bug swung its forelimbs. Its forelimbs flashed with a faint blue light as it slashed through the air towards David's body. At the last moment, David's body made a strange turn. For a normal person, this kind of turn would be unbearable for the body and cause the bones to break. However, David took the initiative to make this move, and it was very easy for him to do it. This soft body technique did not give David an increase in agility, but more of the expansion of the body's movement space. With the exploding ejector bug's understanding of Kaji that it inherited from its ancestors, it was sure that Kaji would not be able to dodge its attack. However, in reality, it missed. The grade 3 heavy axe with a green glow swept across the exploding ejector bug's neck. It did not take much effort to cut off 2/3 of the exploding ejector bug's head. This was because David wanted to preserve the integrity of the body. After the exploding ejector bug's neck was cut open, the faint blue light in its abdomen flashed a few times before it finally dissipated powerlessly. The remaining compressed energy was not enough to detonate the body of this powerful rank 2 bug. The shadow attendant stepped forward and swallowed the soul of the exploding ejector bug. David also threw the grade 3 heavy axe to the shadow attendant, and it disappeared into the shadow attendant's portal ring. David picked up the exploding ejector bug's body. The body was 5 meters tall, and it weighed more than 1,000 kilograms in his hand. Luckily, the customized exoskeleton armor allowed David's strength to reach around 28,000 kilograms. The exploding ejector bug body was as light as a feather in his hand. The short wings on his back shot out energy, and he soared into the sky and returned with the exploding ejector bug's body. The moment he entered the safe zone, David felt the scanning energy increase the scan on him. It was probably after confirming that the exploding ejector bug had no signs of life that it stopped scanning. At that moment, David could clearly feel several heavy defense weapons locking onto him. It was obvious that the Academy was very concerned about the safety of the students. The security system here was even more stringent than the city David came from on Monolith Star. Look, which senior is returning with the spoils of war. The students on the ground couldn't help but voice out their envy when they saw David flying with the exploding ejector bug's body. No one would think that he was a freshman. The second-year students were still fighting in the safe zone. Some of the students who recognized the exploding ejector bug were even more shocked, revealing their thoughts. Since when did the exploding ejector bug become a hunting target, and it was even brought back in one piece? Although no one knew David's identity, the black exoskeleton armor with short wings that could fly was remembered by the students. David entered the academy base and immediately went to the trading area. "Student, sell the exploding ejector bug to me. I'll give you a high price." Some merchants had already seen the exploding ejector bug's body in David's hand, and they hurriedly went up to him, wanting to get their hands on the rare exploding ejector bug's body. David didn't care about these merchants. Since he had an agreement with David and agreed to a 10% discount, he would naturally abide by it. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.